How are you feeling? How long have you been here?
3 months, May 17th.
And what brought you?
That's difficult to answer.
Eventually resulted in your being here in the hospital.
That's difficult to answer.
the end? There's a noise inside my head of crying people facing death. Is this the end? Is this the end? Oh, I'm burning in the dystopia. There's no place to hide. I'm burning in the dystopia. What have we done to the world? What have we done to the world? I'm burning in the dystopia. There's no place to hide. I'm burning in the dystopia. This is the final sweet dreams are made of these. Who am I to disagree? Travel the world and the seven seas. Everybody's looking for something. Some of them want to use you. Some of them want to get used by you. Some of them want to use you. Some of them want to be out you.
Won't anybody help us? What are we running for? When there's nowhere we can run to anymore. We can't afford to be innocent. Stand up and face the enemy. It's a do or die situation. We will be invincible. And with the power of conviction, there is no sacrifice. It's a do or die situation. We will be invincible.
Who the fuck is Karlyn? She's just some sweet lady. She's like in a knitting. She does like a knitting stream. She's like a knitting YouTuber. She does knitting.
Can we grow up a little bit and
Alt
not
Girl
be
sent $200.
retarded?
Have you
Please.
seen the work of Karlyn Borysenko? Anti-commie cult leader and is obsessed with looking at what actual far-left communists are talking about and organizing today, infiltrating them. They infiltrated the universities, schools, media. She has the receipts to back it up. Primary source evidence. Infestation is dire and she calls Republicans idiots eating slop. Agree.
Thank you for the big super chat. Yeah, oh, I know Karlyn B. She's solid. She's funny. I
The
like
great
her.
noticer sent $200.
Literally.
So
not
it's,
Ian.
it's not because I haven't dangled my junk into the combat zone on purpose to get some camera footage, but that's the big part of what's the
Is
problem.
that what you call reporters?
Go
and live
under, if
streaming?
you're going to do it,
Yeah,
go
seriously.
undercover. Otherwise you're wearing a hunk of meat in a lion's den. Nick Shirley, I love you. Take care of yourself, man. Karlyn Borysenko went undercover. Do stuff like that. Like if you want to expose this thing, don't pariah, please.
But Ian, here's and I agree with you to an extent.
Und weil der Mensch ein Mensch ist, drum braucht er was zum Essen, bitte sehr. Es macht ihn ein Geschwätz nicht satt, das schafft kein Essen her. Drum links, zwei, drei, drum links, zwei, drei, wo dein Platz genossen ist. Weil dich ein in die Arbeit einweist und weil du auch ein Arbeiter bist. Und weil der Mensch ein Mensch ist, drum hat der Stiefel im Gesicht nicht gern. Er will unter sich keinen Sklaven sehen und über sich keinen Herrn. Drum links, zwei, drei, drum links, zwei, drei, und ein Platz genossen ist, weil dich ein in die Arbeiter einreizt und weil du auch ein Arbeiter bist. Und weil der Prolet ein Prolet ist, drum wird ihn kein anderer befreien. Es kann die Befreiung der Arbeiter nur das Werk der Arbeiter sein. Drum links, zwei, drei, drum links, zwei, drei, und ein Platz genossen ist, weil dich ein in die Arbeiter einreizt und weil du auch ein Arbeiter bist.
Здравствуйте, comrades. Welcome to Socialism Saturday. Socialism Saturday is where we talk about the real far left, the farthest of the far left, the most dystopian of the dystopian. If you want to know where all the crazy ideas that we have to deal with in the United States today come from, it is the people that we watch on Socialism Saturday. If you want to know who did critical race theory and anti-racist education in schools, it's the people we watch on Socialism Saturday. If you want to know who pushed gender ideology, drag queen story hours, queering kids, all that crazy stuff in schools, it's the people we watch on Socialism Saturday. If you want to know who does abolish the police, defund the police, the pro-Palestine protests, the college encampments, the anti-ICE activism, the climate change activism, the pro-abortion activism where they're shouting their abortions, all of that, every single little bit of it is the people that we watch on Socialism Saturday, because there is an origin point of all of these crazy ideas. It is the radical revolutionary far left in America. And on Socialism Saturday, we take some time out of our week to gather together and possibly not be sober and see what's going on the far left so that we can understand who the enemy is. Because if you do not understand your enemy, you cannot defeat your enemy. And whether we like it or not, the radical revolutionary far left is winning. They're winning massively. They're kicking all of our asses. And I think that the reason that they're kicking all of our asses is that people don't actually sit down and listen to what they have to say. And therefore, ergo, most of the people who claim to be fighting the communists, claim to be fighting the socialists, claim to be fighting the far left, most of them have literally no idea what the far left actually says and actually does and how they actually organize and how they're actually funded. And when I say they have no idea, I mean the Trump administration, I mean the Department of Justice, I mean the FBI. I don't think any of these people have any clue about the real far left, because I think they exist in a land of memes and clickbait content and are obsessed with whatever is going viral on Twitter on any given day. And because of that obsession, they exist in a constant state of distraction. And let us not forget the Muslim distraction. Do you guys know how obsessed conservatives are with Muslims and Islam? I have seen a massive uptick in comments lately on my stuff across all the different platforms. Karlyn, but what about the Muslims, Karlyn? But what about the Muslims? Don't you think the Muslims are more dangerous than the communists? No. No, I actually don't. And I say that as someone who I don't like Islam. I don't support Islam. But the fact of the matter is the far left doesn't give two flips about Islam. The only people who give a flip about Islam are Zionists who support Israel. We all know why they do, because Israel wants us to go to war with Muslim countries on their behalf. And therefore, the Zionist conservative media has brainwashed their followers to believe that Muslims and Islam is the worst crisis that we are facing, when it's not even close. It's not even close. It's not even close. It's the radical revolutionary far left. They're the ones who control the schools. They're the ones who control the colleges and universities. They're the ones who control the culture. And conservatives, yet again, are distracted by things like Ilhan Omar saying something stupid or something like that. So that's why we have to do Socialism Saturday, because we're the only ones actually paying attention to what's really going on. What about the Zoroastrians? Go fuck yourself. What about the Zoroastrians? Oh my God. Well, you know, it's Christmas. It is the week of Christmas. And you know what? Like, I'm not really going to be doing anything different this week than is what I do every other week. To be honest, I'm still going to be streaming this week because I have no life and I don't do anything for Christmas. But I thought that I would get us into the Christmas spirit today by doing something that I think most of you are going to want to do by the time Christmas is over this week. And we are going to talk about abolishing the nuclear family. I just couldn't think, listen, I did some searching around. I was like, there's got to be some good socialist presentation about Christmas being capitalist and something like that. And I'm sure there is. But like, then I was thinking about it. I'm like, you know what's actually even more appropriate than any presentation about Christmas being capitalist? It's Abolish the Family. It's Abolish the Family. Cause you know what? Like everyone thinks they like their family. And like we want to idealize our family. We want to be like, oh, we get to go spend time with our family this week. And then you actually go and spend time with your family and you're like, listen, it's not that you're bad people. It's just that I don't want to do this every day. Or is that just me? Am I working out my own feelings in the chat right now? Is that maybe just me? I don't think my family are bad people. I want the best for my family, but like if you put me in a family gathering for more than a couple hours, I start tweaking. Like, I'm like, I can't be here anymore. I don't want to be here anymore. I don't want to be here anymore. And it's no shade on my family at all, but I'm just like, man. And then the Yankee swap starts to happen. Is the Yankee swap something that only happens in New England? And then people start giving out presents just to piss each other off and to like make each other mad. And some asshole always has to bring a present to the Yankee swap that is something that like literally no one wants. And they know that it's something that no one wants. And they do it just to be a dick. And it's not cool, man. It's not cool to bring a present to the Yankee swap that you know that no one else wants. Come on, man. Come on. Oh, you call it white elephant? No, we call it a Yankee swap. Okay, that is the proper name. That is the proper name. Anyway, in celebration of the impending family event that is going to happen in but a couple of days, I thought we would watch a classic episode about abolishing the nuclear family. And this episode is about 5 years old. This episode it's actually over 5 years old. This episode was originally streamed on the internet during Red May of 2020. So Red May in the middle of the pandemic. And part of the reason I want to watch this is we have learned a lot since we first watched this episode. This is one of the very first Abolish the Family episodes that we watched when we first got into watching socialism on this channel. Since then, of course, we've had a ton of new people join us in the audience. And I want to make sure people see this episode. Yeah, Kathy Weeks is a trip. And I love that Reagan knows all these people just as much as I do. Kathy Weeks is a trip. So Red May, for people who don't know, Red May is an annual event that it happens in Seattle specifically, but they also have a very Like they have a lot of online content, so we can enjoy it even though we're not in Seattle. Red May is basically when the radical revolutionary socialists in Seattle get together for an entire month and they create some amazing socialist content. We love Red May. Red May has given us some of the all-time greatest socialism episodes in the history of Socialism Saturday. We appreciate the work of Philip in his kitchen or in his study, wherever it may be. Philip's kitchen always looks the same. No matter how many times, no matter how many years Philip streams from his kitchen, there's always dishes in the sink. There's always clothes hanging in the background. In the study, it's always disheveled, but Philip looks like he's in the study. There are piles of books everywhere. Philip, of course, we have come to know and love Philip over the years on this channel. Philip doesn't love me. Philip doesn't like me at all. Philip once threatened to give me a copyright strike when I was streaming his content, and then I gently reminded Philip that he is a communist and he doesn't believe in intellectual property, and if he gave me a copyright strike, then he would just be demonstrating that he doesn't actually believe in the things that he said he believes in. And so I never got that copyright strike, even though Philip threatened me with it. But that's okay. We moved on because I maybe Philip even has some respect for the fact that I know his ideology better than he does in some respects. Anyway, Philip is the host of Red May, but we also have a collection here. We have a collection of communists that are some of our favorite communists to watch. Next to Philip at the top, we've got Emmy O'Brien. Emmy O'Brien is our favorite they, them, queer Marxist, abolish the family, our second favorite. Excuse me, I'm besmirching Sophie. What am I doing? Emmy O'Brien is our second favorite abolish the family, queer Marxist, they, them, communist. And then we also have Sophie. Sophie is my goddess. Sophie is my internet girlfriend. It's not a consensual thing. I've ignored consent on this part because Sophie definitely does not consent to be my internet girlfriend. But Sophie is the love of my internet life. No one will ever take the place of Sophie. Yep, we call Sophie the ginger dragon. And I don't think she likes that very much, but that's okay. She doesn't have to. Sophie is the #1 abolish the family activist ever. I am a Sophie connoisseur. If you have never watched Sophie before, you will come to love Sophie in the way that we have all come to love Sophie. We also have this guy, Will. I don't remember Will, but Will uses they, them pronouns. We've got Sarah here. That's Sarah Jaffe. Sarah Jaffe has written has written at least one book. I shouldn't say multiple. Sarah Jaffe has written at least one book about abolishing work entirely. And then we got Kathy Weeks there in the bottom, and Kathy Weeks is also an abolish the family communist. And I'm pretty sure Kathy Weeks is also from Vermont. I'm pretty sure. Maybe I'm making that up. But but Kathy Weeks also, yep, that's Sarah Jaffe. Yep, that's Sarah Jaffe on the right under Emmy O'Brien. Yep, that's Sarah Jaffe. Anyway, this is a 2-hour abolish the family spectacular. Now, let me do a quick poll in the chat because I know we've got a lot of new people here over the past several months. One in the chat, if you have never watched Abolish the Family content with me before. 2 in the chat, if you've watched maybe 1 or 2 instances of Abolish the Family content, but you're still relatively new to it. 3 in the chat, if you have watched a ton of Abolish the Family content with me and you understand why the left wants to abolish the family and all that. So 1 in the chat if you have never watched Abolish the Family content with me before. 2 in the chat if you've maybe watched a couple episodes, but you're relatively new. 3 in the chat if you've been around here a long time and you know your stuff. I do read the Rumble chat. I have the Rumble chat on my screen right now. WHARR, Warg. I don't know how to say your name, but I do see your chat. So we got a couple 1s. We've got a bunch of 2s. And we have a couple of 3s. Awesome. So we've got a good mix of people in the audience today. Now, let me ask a follow-up question. 1 in the chat, if you have never watched Sophie Lewis or Emmy O'Brien with me before. 2 in the chat, if you have seen either Sophie or Emmy O'Brien maybe once or twice. 3 in the chat if you know exactly who Sophie Lewis is and you know exactly who Emmy O'Brien is and you've watched them a bunch before. Again, I'm just trying to gauge where the audience is at here so I know what I kind of have to teach and what I don't have to teach. Bunch of 2s, couple of confused 1s. A couple of threes. Okay, so it looks like we're mostly in the 2 realm on this one. Okay. Cool. Well, this is a classic episode, so I don't actually think we've watched this one on the channel in a long, long time. And one of the reasons that I do like to go back and watch things that we've watched before is because, like, I've been watching socialism and communism on the internet for a long ass time. I've been doing this for several years now, almost every single day. And the thing of it is I know so much more now than I did when I first started. And so it's really helpful sometimes to go back and watch like training videos that maybe I watched this 2 years ago, maybe I watched it 3 years ago, but I didn't know anything 3 years ago. I was such a beginner 3 years ago when I first really started getting into this. Actually, even more than 3 years ago now, because I started getting into this stuff in 2022. So now we're on to 3.5 years. Anyway, so like if you rewatch some of the stuff that we watched very early on in our journey into the dystopian rabbit hole that is the radical revolutionary far left, we pick up on so many more details today just because we know so much more than we did 3+ years ago when we first started it. And it's also a good opportunity for people who are newer to this stuff to come back and review some of this material with us. And so, yeah, rewatching is actually a really good thing. We get to go back and make clips maybe we didn't think to make the first time. We pick up on little nuances of language maybe we didn't think much of the first time, but then we go back and we watch it and we're like, oh, that means something completely different. So I think this is going to be a really good exercise. This is an episode I've wanted to do for a while. It is 2 hours long. We're going to do a big episode of Socialism Saturday tonight because we got to get you guys all worked up to going into your family outings for Christmas this week. We got a bunch of super chats to start us off, and I want to thank you to everyone who sent in a super chat so far. Cover the door, shut the fuck up, listen and learn, ask pertinent questions. That's really good advice, David. Really good advice. I appreciate the cover charge. Thank you. Life is better on stilts. Thank you for the $10 super chat. I appreciate that. Old sub, hello, anti-com radicals. I like that. Is the plague doctor the symbol of our collective? Yes. The plague doctor is the symbol of our collective. Yes, absolutely. The plague doctor is the icon of our work. We got Trendolin, who's been a member of the channel for 36 months. Hey guys, here's to another full year of infiltrating the far left. We're going to do a lot of stuff this year and moving into 2026. We've done a ton of stuff. Like 2025 has been a banner year for my work. We're just getting better and better and better. The content's getting out there more. New people are coming to the content more. I'm getting on more high profile things with people who actually are interested. And that's really the key to it. I don't want to go on high profile stuff just to go on it. I only want to have conversations with people who are interested. So it's been a banner year for that. And I'm really excited about it. 2026 is going to be awesome. Thank you for becoming a member of the channel, Propa Collector. I really do appreciate that. Guys, if you want to pay your class cover charge of $5 super chat, $10 super chat, because my work is 100% funded by people like you, please feel free to throw it in the bucket. Listen, the sooner that I hit like $100 in super chats, the happier I'm going to be for the rest of the stream. So everyone pony up. You're about to sit in on a class that's going to last for probably at least 3 to 4 hours. And I'm going to break down this video and we're going to talk about it. And I'm going to answer all your questions. And I'm going to tell you what these people are talking about. And I'm going to tell you what it all means. So if you appreciate the work I do, educating the public about what the far left is doing, showing you content that no one else on the internet is showing you, taking the time to walk you through it, providing what I think is kind of a nice environment for people to learn in, where you don't have to deal with conservative clickbait and retardation and things like that. Please feel free to show your gratitude by sending in a $5 super chat, $10 super chat. You can give me more money if you want to on the way in the door to have a little bit of a cover charge so that I can afford to do this stuff. I would really appreciate it. Another way to support the work I'm doing, of course, is to head over to my Substack. That is Karlyn, KARLYN.substack.com, and sign up for a membership of $8 a month, $80 a year. Again, my work is 100% funded by people just like you. If people like you don't fund the work I'm doing, it doesn't get done. So if you want to sign up there, that would be awesome. And of course, the last way that you can support my work, at least for right now, is if you want to make a year-end tax-deductible donation to the Center for Left-Wing Studies. This is my nonprofit. It does take tax-deductible donations. And if you want to support the work I'm going to be doing with the Center for Left-Wing Studies moving into next year, feel free to go to leftwingstudies.com, click on the give button, and that will let you know how to make a tax-deductible donation. You can do it online. You can send a check, and all of that is available to be deducted on your taxes, which is pretty great, I think. Mr. Christopher, thank you. Your lane is blowing up. Way to go. Well, I'm trying. I'm trying. I don't know about blowing up yet, but we're getting there. We're getting there. We're getting there. All right, guys. One quick thing before we get started, and then we have to do the rules. I want to let everyone know. So, when I was out in Portland, I think at the end of October or the beginning of November. Hey, thank you, Senor John. I appreciate it for the cause. We got W8 What 2. Don't always agree, but respect what you do, Karlyn. Thank you for the $20 super chat. I really, really do appreciate that. So, guys, when I was out in Portland at the end of October or the beginning of November, and I don't really remember which one it was, I basically connected with a producer for the show This American Life. This American Life is a show on NPR, which of course I'm inherently skeptical of NPR, but I actually always did like This American Life. It was one of my more favorite shows on NPR. And the thing of it is I had several conversations with the producer about like, you better not fuck me over. You better not fuck me over. You better tell the story. I wasn't quite that aggressive about it, but I did have like several conversations with this producer before I agreed to do this. Anyway, when I was in Portland in front of the ICE facility, one night, the This American Life producer followed me around and kind of like saw what it was like out in front of the Portland ICE facility. And they created a whole show about it. And that show is going to premiere tomorrow. And apparently I have a part in this show and I am the tour guide. This is what I've heard from them. I don't know what this show says. I've heard that my part in it is that I was the person that toured her around and stuff like that. And it kind of seems to me like she is telling the story that I kind of said to her, which is, this is like a reality show. This is not like real life. This is like a reality show. This is like we're on a TV set. And so that's going to be premiering tomorrow. I really, really, really hope I really, really hope she doesn't fuck me over. I really, really, really hope that she didn't cut me out of context, that she didn't, I had to talk to a fact checker this week, which is why I knew it was premiering. And so I made some things very clear to the fact checker. I'll tell you that. Kelsey, thank you for the $5 super chat. You're amazing. My mom asked what I wanted for Christmas, and I said money so I could get all your books and shirts. I can't wait. Oh my God, that's awesome. Thank you, Kelsey. Anyway, I do not think that the MAGA people are going to be very happy with the portrayal of this, because do you guys remember when I was in Portland and everyone stormed down to Chandler's apartment to like yell at Chandler in the middle of the night? The This American Life producer was there when that happened. And so when they were like storming Chandler's apartment and I knew the NPR producer was there and recording everything, I was just like, oh man, this is going to go horribly wrong, but whatever. It wasn't my call. I wasn't the one that came up with that plan. Thank you, April, for the super sticker. I really do appreciate it. And that was the preview on the soundbite of them storming Chandler's apartment. So we'll see how this goes. I am really interested to see how this episode turns out. And that is going to be premiering tomorrow on NPR. Crawl across the country, I guess. And we're going to see how it was portrayed, but I will be in it, and that's kind of cool. And so we'll look forward to that. Yo, Donnie Girl, in with the big super chat, $50. Thank you, Donnie Girl, for the constant and consistent support. You've always been so generous, and I really do appreciate it. All right, guys, before we get into the Abolish the Family content, we do have a rules video on the channel, because I've been doing Socialism Saturday for a long ass time now, and I know that this tends to go better if everyone follows a few simple rules. We keep order in my classroom, and so please pay attention to this informational video, and then we will get into the content. All right, for anyone that's new, we have some rules for Socialism Saturday. Let me go over them real quick. Socialism Saturday is a research group and a class. We do take this seriously. You're allowed to have fun. You're allowed to have a drink or two. You're allowed to kind of kick back and joke in the chat. However, I need everyone to understand that when we are researching the radical revolutionary left, we do take this seriously. And so if you're shitposting in my chat, I'm going to tell you to stop. If you are posting off topic in the chat, I'm going to ask you to stop at some point because it's going to be distracting to what we're doing. I need you to think of yourself as in a classroom. And I'm not talking about an online classroom. I'm talking about a real life classroom, okay? When you walk into a real life classroom, I am the teacher, you are the students. You are sitting in the desk, I am sitting in the front of the classroom. I'm standing there teaching you what is going on. If you were in a real life classroom, you wouldn't walk in, start throwing shit at the wall, yelling, saying, I disagree with you because my best friend said something different. That's not allowed. I don't care about your feelings. I'm not going to coddle your opinion. And that's going to be the way it is. And if you don't like it, you don't have to be here. But if you are in my classroom, you will respect my rules and you will listen to me. And if you do not do that, then you will be removed. And how you feel about being removed makes no difference to me at all. The expectation is if you're going to be here and you're going to be watching socialism with us and you're going to be participating in the chat, you are doing it because you are serious about learning this topic and understanding this topic. The minute that I think that you're just fucking around or you're trolling or something like that, you're going to get put in a timeout or permanently banned, and that's just going to be the way it is. Rule number 2, don't be a dick. Do not insult me. Do not insult other people in the chat. I can do whatever I want because I am the queen fascist bitch of my YouTube channel. So I can say and do whatever I want. But if you don't insult me and you don't insult other people in the chat, we're not going to have a problem. So be an adult, rein that shit in. Number 3, no whining. I don't care about your feelings. I don't care if you feel personally attacked. It makes no difference to me at all. And I promise you, I care about your feelings a little bit more than the left does. So if you can't handle me, you can't handle the left. If you start whining and complaining because you don't like the rules or you think you're being treated unfairly, you can just leave, bro. There's the door. You don't have to be here. Number 4, listen. Our job here and why we do Socialism Saturday is to listen to what the left is saying, to listen to what real leftists are doing in the real world. This is not to support your confirmation bias. This is not to support any conservative bullshit narrative that you may have heard on Glenn Beck that one time. This is not to be what you want it to be. This is to engage with reality. We need to listen, we need to actively listen, and we need to understand the left better than they understand themselves. That is the purpose of this exercise, okay? As part of that, I do ask that people refrain from debunking. You do not have a single debunk in your arsenal about the left is stupid because of reasons X, Y, B, and Z, or the left is her hypocrites for reasons X, Y, B, and Z. You don't have a single debunk that we haven't heard before, okay? And every time you put energy into debunking, that is energy that you're not putting into listening. So if I see you debunking, I'm going to tell you to stop because you need to put that energy into listening instead. Lastly, break the rules of my chat or disrespect me in any way, and I'll just kick you out, and that's the way it is. All right, one in the chat if you are ready to learn about Abolish the Family. Are you ready to get into this Abolish the Family Christmas special classic? One in the chat if you agree to the rules and you're ready to go. And we're going to spend the next several hours learning about Abolish the Family Marxism, which is a real thing, and you're going to learn why they want to abolish the family. You're going to hear about all the grievances they have with the nuclear family. You're going to hear hopefully about what they want to replace it with. I will break all this stuff down. As a reminder, if you guys have questions as we make our way, through this episode, please feel free to ask questions in the chat. All questions asked in good faith will be answered. I also suggest, and I really want to emphasize, that especially if you are new to this topic, you probably don't know as much as you think you might know. And so instead of making statements, the left wants to do this for reason X, Y, B, and Z. What I would encourage you to do is ask a question. Karlyn, why does the left want to do this? Okay, so you understand the difference. Instead of saying the left wants to abolish the family because they want us beholden to the state above all else, which isn't true, by the way. That's not why they want to abolish the family. Instead, say, Karlyn, why does the left want to abolish the family? And I'll say the left believes the nuclear family is the literal means of reproduction in capitalism. And without abolishing the nuclear family, they can't overthrow capitalism because they think that capitalism is perpetuated and reproduced within the nuclear family. Okay, so ask questions. Don't make statements. That's how we learn. I have to teach you guys how to do this because you were never taught how to do this by your teachers. And let's get into it, guys. We are watching Abolish the Family from Red May in 2020. And let's get this party started.
At 1 p.m., the COVID crisis and the carceral state. Editors of a new magazine Spectre editors in converse quote tomorrow at
Philip's just doing a preview.
Friday the 5th, and that will be after geoengineering. Dan Denver broadcasting Seattle to you. Link we can right
who's been putting this so much. Hey, everyone, yeah, thank you so much to all the organizers, to Philip, to Sean, to Mahim,
Thank
to
you,
everyone
Philip.
else who's been putting this together, and to all the speakers. And I think I'll echo a couple of the organizers who have said, like, this is something that I've been looking forward to for months. So I'm very excited. So I'm just gonna kick it off and turn it over to the speakers. We're gonna have Kathy Weeks, and then Michelle O'Brien, and then Sarah Jaffe, and then Sophie Lewis. And then we'll have some time for questions amongst the panelists, and then time for Q&A from y'all on Facebook or YouTube or wherever. So yeah, I'll just turn it over to Kathy Weeks. Thanks so much.
Thanks. Okay, so I'm going to try to just do this for 10 minutes or so and keep my time for myself. So I want to make 3 or 4 brief comments or raise 3 or 4 topics of conversation. So I want to say something about the recent history of feminist family abolitionism, say something about what I mean by abolition, what I mean by the family, and then if we have time for something about what it would mean to have a dialectical family abolitionist project. So let me just say something first about the recent history of family abolitionism in US feminism. So the call to smash the family, as was quaintly put, was pretty common in the 1970s within radical feminist and then Marxist socialist feminist discourses. And they were trying to go after, again, family as a social institution and hegemonic ideology. For Marxist feminists in the 1970s, the family abolitionism was part of the critique of capitalism.
Oh!
It was seen as a necessary part of that larger critique of capitalism. So 1970s Marxist feminists insisted that Marxists needed a more expansive understanding of what a capitalist economy was that didn't just focus on the so-called productive economy of wage labor, but also examined how labor power was reproduced on a daily and generational basis,
All right, we're going to pause right there. We're going to break this down. The reason that the left wants to abolish the family, there are several reasons. But the primary one that Kathy Weeks is getting in on is the idea of social reproduction theory, or SRT. Social reproduction theory is the idea that social systems will reproduce themselves until they are abolished. And she's saying flat out, the critique that we have of the nuclear family is directly related to capitalism. Now, you have to remember, for the far left, capitalism is both a cultural model and an economic model. So when the far left says capitalism, they don't mean going into the store and buying stuff. I apologize, Tommy, I'll turn the chat back on. They don't mean going into the store and buying stuff. What they mean is the cultural mechanisms that uphold capitalist society. They may also call this normative society. If you've ever heard the term normativity, cis heteronormativity, anything to do with normativity, what they're doing is they're referring to the cultural norms, the gender binary and the nuclear family that uphold capitalist society. What the left believes about the family in particular is that the family is the place where capitalism as a cultural model is reproduced in society, because capitalist parents in a capitalist marriage, they believe marriage is a propertied relationship. They produce children. They raise those children with capitalist values because they themselves are capitalists. And then those children go into the workforce, and they basically replenish the workforce when people retire, they get old, stuff like that. It's the children who are raised with the capitalist norms and the capitalist values that become cogs in the capitalist machine. And so the family is literally the means of reproduction of capitalism, because parents raise their kids with capitalist values, not socialist or communist values. And then those kids go out and they become oppressed workers as part of the proletariat. Does everyone understand that? There are other reasons the left wants to abolish the family as well. It has to do with like property inheritance, because of course capitalism is defined as private property ownership. When you have the nuclear family, you are maintaining the property in a privatized model, so parent passing property to their kids. That's a reason they want to abolish the nuclear family. They also want to abolish the nuclear family for reasons directly related to universal health care, whereas right now with the nuclear family, you are restricted to the health care that your parents have via insurance and stuff like that, whereas abolishing the family would make all resources available to everyone. But the primary model that Kathy Weeks is talking about is social reproduction theory, is the reproduction of capitalist values and the replenishment of the workforce through the nuclear family. Let's listen to her say that again.
For Marxist feminists in the 1970s, the family abolitionism was part of the critique of capitalism. It was seen as a necessary part of that larger critique of capitalism. So 1970s Marxist feminists insisted that Marxists needed a more expansive understanding of what a capitalist economy was, that didn't just focus on the so-called productive economy of wage labor, but also examined how labor power was reproduced on a daily and generational basis. In order for someone to engage in the productive economy, they have to be fed, they have to be housed, right? So that they go back to work the next day, and you have to produce a new generation of workers and take care of the older generation that ages out of that system. And so a capitalist economy has to encompass both the system of production and what they call the system of reproduction. And
all right, I have a question in the chat. Listen, hold, like, what replaces the family? Just hold on to that one, because I think they're going to answer it later. So don't, let's not go there just yet. But there's another question that I do want to answer. Are all feminists anti-capitalist? Well, according to Sophie Lewis, who we will be hearing from in this presentation shortly, no. Not all feminists are anti-capitalist. And in fact, if you're not, Sophie has written an entire book. I'm using it to hold up my microphone right now. Sophie has written an entire book called Enemy Feminisms. She wrote this, I think this came out earlier this year. And this book is basically about the idea that if you are not an anti-capitalist, that you are not a real feminist. And Sophie goes through all the different types of groups that say they're feminists, but they're not anti-capitalist. And so therefore they are enemy feminists. So no, not all people who you might call feminists are connected with like radical revolutionary socialism. And in fact, like even the radical revolutionary socialists are the gatekeepers on their area to say, these people are not real feminists. You have to be anti-capitalist to be a feminist. So hope that helps.
Household has been a primary site, not the only site, but a primary site of this kind of reproductive labor.
Boom.
And this is Raina Rapp's formulation in the 1970s, is that the family is the way that most of us are recruited into households, right? So if the household is the site of cooperation for reproductive labor, the institution of the family is how many of us get recruited into household relations of cooperation, and how our roles and obligations to that household are determined. So that's what the family is. It's a kind of recruitment mechanism and a source of social bonding that brings people together in these.
Okay, listen, I just told you that I need you to hold on to some of these questions until they're relevant in the presentation. And so I'm asking you to be considerate that you are asking questions that are not actually relevant to what's being talked about. And that can be very distracting if you keep asking questions that are not relevant to what's being talked about. I'm not saying I won't answer your question, but what I need you focused on is what is actually being said. And if you ask questions about things that are not being talked about, I have a hard time believing that you're actually focusing on what they're saying. Is gay marriage a way to break up the family? No. No. The far left never wanted gay marriage to be legalized. The far left never wanted gay people to be able to get married. The far left views gay marriage as a loss, not as a win. The far left would be over the moon happy if conservatives got their way and repealed gay marriage. They said they had nothing to do with that. In fact, if you look back into far left literature in the 90s and in the 2000s, they were overtly arguing against the legalization of gay marriage. So no, that's incorrect. Now, what I'm going to ask you to do is do a better job of listening to what's being said in this presentation, because if you keep asking questions that are off topic, I'm going to put you in a timeout. It's not that I won't answer your question. I will answer all questions, but it's very distracting to have to stop the presentation to answer a question that has nothing to do with what's being said. Okay?
Household units. So
I'm going to rewind that a little bit to make sure everyone heard it when listening on.
Expansive understanding of what a capitalist economy was that didn't just focus on the so-called productive economy of wage labor,
Yes,
but also
marriage,
examined
private property.
how
Yes.
labor power.
The reason that marriage is considered to be private property is that it privatizes property within the nuclear family. Right? So marriage is considered to be a propertied relationship. You are the property of your husband or your wife or whatever, and it is a specific unit that is designed to accumulate private resources that are not available to the public. Parental right. No, you didn't distract. This question is actually relevant to what I was discussing. So you didn't distract at all. The reason parental rights are also considered to be a form of private property because it keeps children kind of embedded within this privatized unit where they only have access to the resources of their family.
Was reproduced on a daily and generational basis. You know, in order for someone to engage in the productive economy, they have to be fed, they have to be housed, right? So that they go back to work the next day, and you have to produce a new generation of workers and take care of the older generation that ages out of that system. And so a capitalist economy has to encompass both the system of production and what they call the system of reproduction. And the household has been a primary site, not the only site, but a primary site of this kind of reproductive labor. And this is Raina Rapp's formulation in the 1970s, is that the family is the way that most of us are recruited into households, right? So if the household is this site of cooperation for reproductive labor, the institution of the family is how many of us get recruited into household relations of cooperation, and how our roles and obligations to that household are determined. So that's what the family is. It's a kind of recruitment mechanism and a source of social bonding that brings people together in these household units.
Okay, I want to answer a question by YD over on Rumble. Did Marx start this idea about the family, or has it come later? Actually, this was more Engels. So Engels is not really as well known as Marx is, because Marx is Marx, right? But Marx wrote the Communist Manifesto with Engels. Engels also around the same time, I forget exactly what year it was, Engels also wrote a separate book explicitly about the abolition of the family. So if you actually read the Communist Manifesto, there is abolish the family content in the Communist Manifesto. They overtly call for the abolition of the nuclear family. And they basically said, we're going to use the schools to do it. 1918, thank you, Tommy. I appreciate that. So Engels was probably the person who was advancing that idea more overtly, because Engels wrote a whole book about this. So that's, I think, I'm not saying Marx didn't believe in it. Of course he did. But like Engels was the one who was really pushing this idea.
So this was the 1970s. In the 1980s, you get a dramatic shift in the feminist literature.
Kollontai
in the
was
US
involved
on
as well,
family.
Emma.
It's
You're
really
right.
amazing to kind of trace this. Faced with an incredible anti-feminist backlash, the rise of family values campaigns, among other things that happened in the 1980s, a lot of feminists renounce the early radical critique. And they're quite explicit about this in some ways. They say, you know, this anti-family thing was not winning, you know, feminists many friends, and we need to kind of tone it down. And it was quite clear that they needed to, and so instead of talking about smashing the family or abolishing it, they wanted to affirm the value of family diversity, right? So try to make the family a more inclusive kind of institution, right? Inclusive of some different forms. So single parents, for example, or gay and lesbian families, right? So it was this project of trading in the abolitionist critique for the affirmation of family inclusiveness and diversity. Okay. So, and since then, I think that's been the default position among US feminists. Again, not a wholesale critique of the family, but a kind of support of minor reforms and a more inclusive version of the traditional model. Okay. So, and what we're going to experiment with here, or I am, and I think we're all going to do this, is what a new kind of affirmation of family
Okay,
abolition.
so this is what I'm saying when I say I don't want to see people debunking things. This is an example of a debunk. What about animals? Don't they believe in evolution? No, this has no relevance to what we're talking about. Please don't do this. Every single time you are looking to debunking them with some stupid fucking debunk, like what you're demonstrating is you didn't listen to what I said earlier, and you're not listening to them now. So don't do this. This is not allowed on Socialism Saturday. It's completely counterproductive. If you do this several times, I will time you out. Eventually, I will ban you because we don't want to see debunks. This is about you listening to them and learning from them. It's not about you going, but the left is hypocrites and stupid for reason X, Y, B, and Z. There's not a single debunk that you have that is ever going to change their minds. So can you instead decide to maybe try a different strategy and just fucking listen? Ask questions. Don't do this shit.
Would look like today. So what do I mean by abolition? As I understand it, and I'm kind of drawing on the prison abolitionist literature here, and particularly the work of Davis, there's two major thrusts of an abolitionist project. So the first is the focus on large social structures and systems, right? So in the prison abolitionist literature, they're going after the prison industrial complex, not just particular kinds of prisons. Feminist family abolition targets the family as a social and economic institution, not families, each of which bears a different relationship to this family as it's juridically governed, legislatively declared, socially prescribed, and ideologically defended. So they're going after the family, not particular families that are kind of situated with either more or less copacetic relationships to that ideal. So first of all, an abolitionist project scales up for a critique of a large social structure, right? The family as a structure, not particular families or this family or that family. Second, an abolitionist project refuses reform as an adequate remedy.
Oh.
Right? And that's the birth of prison abolitionism, is saying that reform of the prison is not enough. And that's what the family abolitionists argue as well.
So what she's saying here, and this is really important, we are listening to revolutionary communists. We are not listening to reformists. We are not listening to DSA. These people are much further left than the DSA. And what she's saying here is that we're not talking about reforming the nuclear family. We're not talking about fixing a thing here or there. We are talking about abolition. We are talking about complete abolishment of the nuclear family. And she likens it to prisons in this case because she's referencing prison abolitionists. When you hear the word abolition on the left, most of the time that has to do with prison abolition. The whole idea is you can't reform the police. You can't reform prisons. You have to abolish them entirely. And so what they're saying is we're not out to reform. This is about abolition. And by the way, they believe the same thing about the US government. They believe the same thing about the Constitution. You can't reform the US government. You can't reform the US Constitution. You have to abolish it completely and start again.
So family abolitionism is an ambitious and long-term political project. It doesn't settle for better families or just with more equal rights within families, but kind of levels a much more thoroughgoing critique of the institution and the imagination of wholesale alternatives. So my definition of the family. So the feminists in the 1980s who backed off on the radical abolitionist critique defined the family narrowly, right? So they defined it as a kind of white heterosexual model with a male wage earner and a non-wage housewife. And they said that model was already destroyed by conditions in some ways, right? So that it no longer, like feminists don't even have a target.
Okay, again, this question is a little bit off topic. And guys, listen, if you want to send me an off topic question, at least send in a super chat. Come on. A dumb question, please forgive me, but are all anarchists Antifa? No. Not all anarchists are Antifa. There's a narco-communist and there's a narco-capitalist. Anarcho-capitalists are not Antifa. Anarcho-capitalists believe in private property. Anarcho-capitalists are libertarians. They're not Antifa at all. And actually, not even all revolutionary communists and socialists are Antifa. Antifa is a very, very specific group of people that participate in a number of specific activities and behaviors like black bloc, direct action, surveillance culture, like stuff like that. And so Antifa is a very specific group on the far left. It has nothing to do with all anarchists.
Anymore. They argued that that was the target. The target's gone. Let's all go home in some ways. And I agree that legibly or, legally or culturally legible family patterns have changed. But I think the essential components of the family paradigm continue. And I think there are three of them, or I imagine three of them. First of all is a privatized system of household-based social reproduction, right? So
household-based social reproduction.
A privatized system of social reproduction. Second is the couple form. And third is the privileging of a kind of genetically centered kinship or biologically centered kinship. I'm not really sure which. So here I'm going to focus mostly on the first one because I think of that as the most important. And I think what the couple form and the privileging of biological centered kinship actually serve to support is that privatized system of social reproduction.
So again, this is what I explained earlier. Kathy Weeks is talking about social reproduction theory, the idea that social systems will reproduce themselves until they are abolished. In this case, the nuclear family, the privatized nuclear family, they sometimes call it the Fordist nuclear family because they believe that that's when it was created during the Industrial Revolution. The privatized nuclear family will reproduce capitalist values and replenish the capitalist workforce until that form is abolished, essentially, or disrupted. So essentially, the reason the left wants to abolish the nuclear family is because they believe that capitalism will be perpetuated until the nuclear family is abolished, because that is the means of reproduction of the nuclear family. Hey, thanks for becoming a member of the channel, bro. I really do appreciate that. Thanks so much. So this is what Kathy Weeks is about to focus on, how the nuclear family reproduces capitalist values in capitalist society.
And, in terms of I won't say much about the couple form or biologically centered kinship. But I mean, one of the things that they both do is to narrow our field of social relationships in a dramatic way. And that's why in a very famous book from the early 80s, Barrett and McIntosh named this the antisocial family, right? So the family is this, and they're really talking about the nuclear family, regardless of who's involved, this small, fragile institution that, not surprisingly, erupts into violence as a result, where we're supposed to, have all of our needs for physical, social, and emotional sustenance met. And they argue that it, quote, sucks the juice out of everything around it, leaving other institutions stunted and distorted. And so, I mean, that's part of the critique of the couple form and that genetically centered kinship. It sort of, it makes other kinds of relationships less robust and seem to be less.
So remember, they think the nuclear family is a social or cultural model. It's not just an economic model, though there are economic aspects to it. And what they're saying is the nuclear family forces people to only have relationships with people that they're biologically related to. This is what they mean when they say biological kinship or prioritization of biological kinship past other types of kinships. Now, someone asked earlier, what do they want to replace the nuclear family with? They want to replace it with a family of choice that is not based on biological kinship. They also might refer to this as queering the nuclear family. So thinking about more like polyamorous relationships, thinking about people having relationships with more than one person, raising all the kids from all the different parents in the house because parental rights don't exist. Think of it like the commune. It is the commune. And what they're talking about is they want to extend the social relationships that people have to everyone because everyone is a comrade, everyone is in solidarity. Yeah, this is where it gets very, very Brave New World. You're not wrong about this. Brave New World was actually very, very similar to what the Abolish the family people talk about, where everyone belongs to everyone else and there are no forms, like biological kinship is not the primary form and stuff like that. So yeah, you're not wrong. Yeah, this is called a debunk, and what I'm going to say to you is it doesn't fucking matter. Guys, like, listen, this is now the second time I've had to reprimand someone for debunking. I'm just going to tell you guys, why don't you go try this out sometime? Why don't you go to a radical revolutionary socialist event where they're talking about this topic? And why don't you go into that event and say, excuse me, sir, have these ideas ever actually been tried? Just see how that goes for you, okay? Just see if you change anyone's mind, see if they change their ideas at all, see if they go, this is a really stupid idea. Guess what? Spoiler alert, they're not going to do that. So since it would have no impact on what they believe at all, please cut the fucking debunking. The entire chat is going to start yelling at you if you keep debunking, guys. I know this is hard for new people. I really do get it, but no debunking.
But the key to the institution, as I see it, is the way it functions as a privatized system of social reproduction. So the family codes the reproductive labor that happens there, the care of ourselves, of an older generation and a younger generation, the care of the community, all of the kind of practices of care that are crucial to reproducing ourselves. The family codes it as its own responsibility for which it should not expect much in the way of economic support, social services, or time off waged work in order to complete. The privatization of care is what the family, I think, delivers. And I think it's of enormous benefit to capital because this caring labor is provided mostly free of charge, disproportionately by women in the moments left outside of income generating work. This is enormously beneficial for, I think, a capitalist system of production and reproduction.
Okay, what Kathy Weeks is talking about there is, again, the left believes that the family unit is created. Okay, let me go back. The left believes that capitalism created the gender binary. The gender binary means men and women. They believe that the categories of men and women are socially constructed based on the needs of capital. Men went into the workplace where they were direct participants in the world of capital. They made money, they had power, they had all these positions. Women got relegated to the home where they were doing the unpaid labor, the devalued labor of literally having and raising kids within the nuclear family. Now, you already know that Kathy Weeks believes in social reproduction theory, so she believes that those children that are had within the nuclear family not only are raised with capitalist values, but then they become the future workforce that replenishes the older workforce. Thus, what she's saying here is women, it's very stereotypical, right? In their minds, women are always doing the household labor in relation to the children. They obviously physically birth the children and all that stuff, and they're not paid for that work. So what Kathy is saying is the nuclear family supports a model in which women do labor that they are not paid for, literally to feed the capitalist system. And they say that the capitalists want the nuclear family to exist because it basically provides them with a source of future labor that's going to replenish their workforce.
As its own responsibility for which it should not expect much in the way of economic support, social services, or time off waged work in order to complete. The privatization of care is what the family, I think, delivers. And I think it's of enormous benefit to capital because this caring labor is provided mostly free of charge, disproportionately by women in the moments left outside of income generating work. This is enormously beneficial for, I think, a capitalist system of production and reproduction. So as a result, the mere affirmation of family diversity is not enough, right? So the problem is not just that this family is historically a white family, a bourgeois family, a heteropatriarchal family, a settler family, right? The problem is also that it's a privatized site of social reproduction, and that's why it's so hard to dislodge, and that's the site of its functionality and why it keeps sort of perpetuating itself. So where am I here? Let me just say one more point then. So a dialectical approach to the family.
I just want to do a quick pause because I know we do have a number of new people here. One in the chat, if you heard Kathy Weeks say what I explained to you that she believes. Two in the chat if you're confused. We're going really slow at the beginning just because I want to make sure we're bringing all the people who are newer to this content along so that you guys understand, because Red May can be a little bit more complex in terms of language. One in the chat, if you heard Kathy Weeks say what I explained to you that she was going to say. Two in the chat if you're still a little confused about it. And it's okay to be confused, by the way. I'm not going to yell at you. I'm not going to be mean. But if you're confused, ask a question so that we can help you to learn the information. Okay. Lots of ones in the chat, which is awesome. If you're genuinely confused, though, guys, please do ask a question. Don't feel like you can't. Don't be embarrassed. It's totally fine. Everyone's at a different level with this. So lots of ones, though. That's cool.
Let me just say one more point then. So a dialectical approach to the family and family abolitionism has to recognize the contradictions at the heart of the family in the US today, right? Because everything that I've said about the family doesn't mean that it's not a site of solidarity and it's not the source of pleasures and desires. It is those things too. And that's what I meant about this dialectical view. It's both and in many ways, right? It is at once a welcome sanctuary for many people and a trap. And that's what I think we have to hold together in some ways. More specifically, I think the institution of the nuclear.
This is an IQ test. Can you read the description of the video that you are watching currently? This is an IQ test. There is an IQ requirement to be on my channel. If you don't pass the IQ requirement, you can't be here. Can you read the description of the video that you are watching right now? Did you bother to even look at the description or to look into any aspect of the video that you're watching before you ask the question? This is a yes or no answer, by the way. Either you can read the description of the video or you can't read the description of the video. Like, I'm asking you a question. I expect you to answer it. Yeah, okay.
Family originated as a trap. And that's what I think we have to hold together in some ways. More specifically, I think the institution of the nuclear family originated as a white settler bourgeois heterosexual and patriarchal institution. And it was then imposed by the state, society, and capital on the formerly enslaved indigenous peoples, waves of immigrants, right? But it has also served those groups as a kind of fence against the state and society and capital, a fence against a racist state and a racist society and racist capital in some ways, a space of refuge. So it was both imposed upon as a means of discipline, right? And a way to kind of normalize and to be able to judge negatively the hybrid family forms that result. It's a mechanism of discipline and homogenization and to privatize the labor that happens there. But it's also, for many people, a welcome refuge, right, from other kinds of, equally abominable sort of forces on the outside. And that's what I meant about the dialectical view. I think we have to hold both aspects of the current family together when we pursue this abolitionist critique. So that's me. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Kathy. So now I'm going to turn it over to Michelle O'Brien.
Thank you, Will, and thank you, Kathy.
Hang on. I need you to do a lot more listening than you're doing right now because you keep chatting in dumb stuff like this. Sometimes I feel they do this as resentment more than what they actually believe is right. No, this is completely wrong. No, wrong. So Reagan answered your question earlier. I need you to stop chatting in bullshit conservative talking points, and I need you to start listening. And if you're not going to ask thoughtful questions, if you're going to ask these bullshit conservative retard shit, we're not going to allow you to be here, okay?
Appreciate everyone who organized this panel and my fellow panelists whose work I really admire and appreciate. So we're asked to keep this short, so I'm going to start off and briefly summarize 2 recent articles I published on family abolition. I summarized them at greater length in previous panels in RedMay, but I'm going to try to keep this very succinct, and then sketch the kind of implicit definition of family that I'm using in that work.
Dialectic basically means the language. That's what that means.
And how this framework or that I'm using, I think, helps move past some of the impasses in some of the debates on family abolition, particularly by its critics. And then if I have time, I'll talk at the end a little bit about why I think this framework is increasingly resonant with queers and feminists. So I published 2 articles in the last year. They both are online. The long one is in Endnotes, a communist journal, and it's a history of the demand to abolish the family, surveying its multiple meanings since the Communist Manifesto, looking at Marx and Engels seeking to abolish the family as an attack on bourgeois society, Kollontai looking to collectivize reproductive labor and produce gender equality, and then the attacks on the family in the 1960s and 70s by Black women, gay liberationists, radical feminists, some of what Kathy was referring to. And I offer a periodization of really seeing these multiple and very contradictory meanings of a critique of the family as embedded in the transformation of the working class family with communist development, and particularly the rise in the 1890s and fall in the 1960s and 70s of the viability of a male breadwinner family form for the upper tiers of the working class, and how that provides some leverage for making sense of these different meanings of the family. And then if the endnotes piece is about the history of the term to abolish the family, the piece in Pinko, a gay communist journal I help edit, is about a potential future of its meaning. And there I argue that protest kitchens are one of many prefigurative institutions or practices that emerge in direct insurrections against the state, that collectivize reproductive labor, begin to break apart and reform different kinds of kinship bonds between people, and that they embody the potential of an unfolding communizing revolutionary process that could replace the family with large-scale communes of a couple hundred people. So a block, a large apartment building, a cluster in a neighborhood, as the economic unit of consumption and day-to-day and generational reproduction. And then within that, people forming chosen families of whatever sort they'd like, but not as economic units.
Okay. Emmy O'Brien just said a lot of stuff, and we're going to break this down. Again, this was back in 2020. This was in May of 2020. So this is when Emmy O'Brien was working on They Them's book, literally about abolishing the family. Emmy O'Brien has written an entire book about this stuff now, but it wasn't published back then. They Them was working on it back then. So the opening part of Emmy O'Brien's book basically is about this idea of the communal kitchen or the protest kitchen, where They Them tells the story of what They Them calls the Oaxaca commune in Mexico, where apparently there was this little rebellion that happened. And I don't know that much about that, but I know what the point Emmy O'Brien's making with this. So Emmy O'Brien said that during the Oaxaca rebellion or whatever, the women left the nuclear family home and they all went to the protest kitchen. And essentially all these women that were cooking for their own privatized family in their home now started taking all the food and going and making it in the protest kitchen. And in the protest kitchen, all of the food was available to everyone who was protesting on the commune. So it's basically this whole idea of women left the home where they were only cooking for the nuclear family, and they instead brought that labor out to something that could benefit the entire commune, and all the food was available to everyone. This kind of leads into the argument of communal kitchens or communal kind of like living arrangements, where the ideal of the Abolish the Family activists is that basically we get rid of private kitchens and private homes. That we've literally seen them multiple times, and we have these people on video multiple times talking about the abolition of the private kitchen within the private home. And the whole idea is that if you get rid of the private kitchen, everyone has to go to the commune, the communal canteen area, to get their food rations, where they then dine with everyone else. What is one of the things that kind of holds the family unit together? It's food. It's eating. It's eating around the breakfast table. It's eating around the dinner table. This is where families tend to spend time with each other. It's where they tend to talk to each other, or they did back in the day. I don't even know if people do that anymore. But the whole idea is that if you take what happens in the privatized family, the cooking and the eating of the food, and this communal environment that is created when you get together to eat food together, and you take that and you put it into the community, you would have no need for private family kitchens. And thus, because you are eating with the commune, you are eating with the collective, your family goes beyond biological relation, biological kinship. And all of a sudden, everyone that you're eating with in this communal environment, everyone that you're making food with in this communal environment, they become your family. And then maybe you develop smaller like living arrangement things with people within that. But essentially, it's trying to remove the biology of it to say, we don't have to only cook and eat with the people that we're biologically related to. We can create these protest kitchens, these revolutionary kitchens, these communal kitchens in a way that everyone becomes everyone else's family. And I really want people to understand this, because like, the far left is thinking in a very detail-oriented way about what changes to make to society in general so that people naturally form into socialist forms of kinship relationships. 1 in the chat if you understand what I just said. 2 in the and I don't give a like, okay, bro, no one cares about your feelings about what just got said. Do you understand what I just said, or don't you? That is what I want to know. 1 in the chat if you understand what I just said. 2 in the chat if you have questions or you're confused about what I just said. A factual insurrection over on Rumble with the Rumble Rant, and they get to feed you whatever they want and provide controlled food substances in contact with the commune and collective, etc. Makes them spike the food. I don't think that they would spike the food. I think that that would create a lot of problems if they were going to spike the food. But I do appreciate the money. Thank you. Let's listen to Emmy O'Brien's whole introduction again, just so you guys can hear it again and hear what it sounds like.
Since the Communist Manifesto, looking at Marx and Engels seeking to abolish the family as an attack on bourgeois society, Kollontai looking to collectivize reproductive labor and produce gender equality, and then the attacks on the family in the 1960s and 70s by Black women, gay liberationists, radical feminists, some of what Kathy was referring to. And I offer a periodization of really seeing that these multiple and very contradictory meanings of a critique of the family as embedded in the transformation of the working class family with communist development, and particularly the rise in the 1890s and fall in the 1960s and 70s of the viability of a male breadwinner family form for the upper tiers of the working class, and how that provides some leverage for making sense of these different meanings of the family. And then if the endnotes piece is about the history of the term to abolish the family, the piece in Pinko, a gay communist journal I help edit, is about a potential future of its meaning. And there I argue that protest kitchens are one of many prefigurative institutions or practices that emerge in direct insurrections against the state, that collectivize reproductive labor, begin to break apart and reform different kinds of kinship bonds between people, and that they embody the potential of an unfolding communizing revolutionary process that could replace the family with large-scale communes of a couple hundred people. So a block, a large apartment building, a cluster in a neighborhood, as the economic unit of consumption and day-to-day and generational reproduction. And then within that, people forming chosen families of whatever sort they'd like, but not as economic units. And I reference the work of Charles Fourier, a utopian socialist who envisions communes a little bit along these lines. Ultimately, in that essay, I consider family abolition as a means of collectivizing care or communizing care. So in both pieces, I'm really working with family primarily not as an ideological unit, and not just as a normative institution, and not just as a collection of legal practices, but actually the bundle of all the different sorts of personal relationships that mediate access.
Hang on. Emmy O'Brien is literally answering this right now, so sometimes it's better to listen and to wait to ask your question, because Emmy O'Brien's literally about to answer your question. Chosen family means the people that you spend the most social time with that are not necessarily biologically related to you. That you choose who you live with. You choose how many people you live with, how many sexual partners you have. There might be multiple families living together. There might be kids from multiple different parents. Like, it could be any sort of living arrangement that you choose that is not based on biological kinship.
And not just as a normative institution, and not just as a collection of legal practices, but actually the bundle of all the different sorts of personal relationships that mediate access to the wage for those unable to work for a period of time. So for children, elderly, many disabled people, many people who are out of work, people rely on their families in order to survive. And they might rely on some state benefits or some other institutions, but those are ultimately much smaller and impersonal and in a certain sense. And then instead, people rely on direct personal relationships, often in the couple form, often parents, often children, but that can take a variety of different forms. And let's see here. So, and the family is an obstacle to human freedom, in part because it inherently bundles both necessary forms of care and an isolated propensity or capacity for violence and domination. Some of the forms of care that the family bundles together, that can be the daily laboring of personal or generational reproduction, a sharing of material resources, or an effective expression of genuine love and care. And it can be all of these things bundled together as a mediation for the wage. So this formulation is helpful for sort of trying to make sense or trying to face some of the critiques of family abolition. One is that it sees family abolition as the necessary restructuring of care to be more broadly available to people. So state services and commodity exchange are the two other ways that people manage to reproduce themselves outside of the family. And so the communist intervention.
Yeah, I agree with Reagan. I understand you mean well. This is not helpful. This is not helpful at all. This is a serious class. If you spoke up and said this stuff in a serious class, you'd be kicked the fuck out. So I think you mean well, but don't do that. So what Emmy O'Brien is talking about here in the communization of care, I want to make sure people understand this. So what Emmy O'Brien is talking about is right now people are relegated to, okay, you're not fucking listening then. Guys, I'm going to keep one in the chat if you want to see me continue to have to stop the entire presentation to reprimand the conservative retards, and you're totally fine with this. 2 in the chat if you would like the conservative retards to keep their fucking comments to themselves so that we don't continually get distracted with them in the chat. No, this is what we call a conservative retard comment. It is not helpful. It is not beneficial. You're not learning anything from it. There's nothing to fucking do with the family. There's nothing to fucking do with abolish the family communism. Yes, this is Emmy O'Brien. Why not just ignore the comments? Because I control the chat and I control what goes on in my fucking chat. And every time people send stuff into the chat, they are just Consider the chat to be you right now are in a fucking classroom. You are sitting in a row of desks in a fucking classroom. The chat is every single time you choose to say something in the classroom when I'm trying to teach a fucking class. I'm trying to teach a class and break down the content, and people in the class are going, "This is like the Manson family. Have real communists ever been tried? The left is yeah. That is the chat. I don't allow this shit here. I said this at the very beginning of the presentation, and you are one of the people that's been distracting the entire fucking time. Now, the chat is telling you they don't want this shit. They don't want your conservative retardation in the chat, and I will stop the stream as many fucking times as I want to tell you fucking conservative retards to put a sock in it and listen to the left for once in your fucking lives. The reason people like you don't understand the left is because you don't shut the fuck up and listen. And I will stop this stream as many times as it takes to tell you to shut the fuck up and listen until you either learn to do that or you get the fuck out. And I don't really care which one it is. Am I clear? My God. Conservative retards always have to do something that we have to step in and nip in the bud, or else they spend the entire fucking stream doing this. Now, back to what I was trying to explain when I was rudely interrupted by conservative retardation. One of the reasons the left wants to abolish the nuclear family is because they believe the nuclear family relegates people to the insurance that their parents have or that their spouse has. If you are relegated to the insurance and also the private resources in terms of money that your nuclear family has, you can only access certain forms of care. So people with better insurance and people with more money can access better health care than people without insurance or without money. So they're saying that the nuclear family is the thing that is basically creating oppression because some people have more resources than other people. Therefore, some people have better care than other people. And if we get rid of the nuclear family and we make all resources available to everyone, this is the origin point of universal health care. This is where the idea of universal healthcare comes from. All healthcare is free. All services are available. You can get as many trans-affirming hormones as you want. You can get as many trans surgeries as you want. You can get as many psychiatric drugs as you want. Or you can get as many abortions as you want. All that stuff. All of that is related directly to this idea of the communization of care outside of the private nuclear family. One in the chat, if you understand what I just explained about the privatization of care versus the communization of care. 2 in the chat, if you need me to explain something else again. 1 in the chat, if you explain what I just said. 2 in the chat, if you don't understand what I just said. I got to go over to Kick to block that guy because that's not going to happen. Okay.
Call to abolish the family in a way that it has not always been historically necessarily requires confronting not only the family, but also the market institutions of wage labor and commodity exchange and the state institutions, the racial state. So framing these things in these terms helps resolve some conceptual impasses. One is talking about state violence. So particularly for communities of color, many state practices and capital practices have an intense destructive impact on people's capacity to form effective caring bonds. And these include mass incarceration, borders and deportation, the family separation at the border, excessive use of child removal by child protective services. And these are, in this formulation, not at all forms of family abolition, that they are not generalizing of necessary forms of care and untangling them from their oppressive or dominating possibilities, but instead they're just directly undermining people's capacity to care for each other. Yeah, And as well, the increasing availability of commodity services to replace the family in our day-to-day lives is allowing people slightly more freedom in the choices they have about who they live with, but simultaneously at the cost of increasing domination on the impersonal dynamics of the market or an employer. This framing also helps think through or think about chosen family or non-traditional family or family inclusion, as Kathy referenced. So chosen family includes queer support networks, the many forms of kinship and support in working class African American communities, many different extended immigrant support networks. And all of these, I would argue that they actually embody a yearning towards family abolition, a recognition that inherited, assumed, or rigidly biological notions of family are inadequate for the complexity of working class life, and a recognition that we may choose to depend on some people for our survival, but we don't need to accept these as relationships of abuse or domination. And they have an insight in the form of chosen family that could have a revolutionary counterpart, that a free society would maximize people's ability to form chosen kin relations and find creative and diverse ways of organizing childcare, elder care, sex, or companionship. However, as I envision it, a communist process of family abolition ultimately would need to not only transform and break through a sort of conventional, normative, heteronormative family, white family system, but also transform the organization and distribution of resources and labor that require a chosen family as an economic unit. So organizing general production relations based on kin, even chosen kin, would ultimately be a disastrous cultish ethno-nationalism and really not in any way a form of freedom. So chosen family are currently a movement towards the abolition of family, but that movement can, and if we're pursuing a free society, really must continue towards restructuring of the distribution of social care beyond kin altogether. And so I think family abolition is really resonating with a lot of radical.
The redistribution of social care beyond kin, that's what I mean when I say making the resources, making care available to everyone. It's about saying that we're going to go beyond just providing resources for whoever happens to be in our family. All the resources get provided to everyone. And remember, in this society, money doesn't exist, banks don't exist, private healthcare doesn't exist, private doctors don't exist, private insurance doesn't exist. None of that exists. Everything is public. Everything is made available to everyone. That is what they're talking about.
Queer and feminist people right now in a way that it hasn't in the last few decades. I think some of that is really for some of the same reasons that a lot of people are turning to Marxism, thinking about the economic crisis, thinking about some of the muddled conceptual impasses in queer and feminist theory in the 1980s and 90s, despite their many innovations. I also think that family abolition resonates a lot with certain elements of commonly held trans experience. And so the rise of trans politics has sort of opened up thinking about family abolition. And then I, as the particular thinker that I am, like family abolition because it provides a way of getting some concrete material social analysis on thinking about gender and sexual freedom, which have such profound psychological and cultural dimensions that I think are actually quite challenging to theorize rigorously, despite decades and decades of people trying. And that sort of seeing the family as an evolving social institution that people are struggling against and through and within is a way of really trying to get much more sharp analytical traction than we've had in a little bit. And I am out of time, so thank you. I look forward to discussion.
Thank you, Michelle, so much. Thank you. So now I'm going to turn it over to Sarah Jaffe.
Hi, me and George Michael here say hi because George Michael is the pop music patron saint of family abolition. So he is behind me. So I feel like I'm kind of the weird one out here. I'm a journalist. And I'm writing a book, which I will return to in a minute. But I wanted to start off because like a lot of people, I have not been able to think of much else other than the uprisings in Minneapolis that have now spread to other cities, including Louisville, on top of the 100,000 plus people just in this country who have died of coronavirus, and how to connect all of those things that I'm obsessing about to this thing that I'm supposed to be talking about right now. And the thing that I'm thinking about is the way that collective grief is a way of claiming relationships way beyond the family. It's a statement of kinship. I think about when I was in Ferguson reporting my first book, talking to young people from the movement, and that was the first time that I heard people call each other fam, which can be singular or plural, which I love. And the way that, you know, of course, as Kathy and Michelle have already mentioned, this country's history has both imposed the family on and then devalued and destroyed the Black family. And so thinking about the way we can learn from people in the streets and the way they take care of each other to what a politics of collective care might look like. So I'm going to return to that towards the end, but the book that I'm writing has its first chapter. The book is called Work Won't Love You Back, which is not surprising to anybody on this panel. And the first chapter is about how the family is a workplace, how the family ethic and the work ethic, indeed, I quote Kathy on this in this chapter, were shaped together, and how we're still sort of stuck with this idea when people talk about work-life balance. They're mostly talking about balancing.
Hey,
between
thanks,
paid work
Catherine,
and
for the
more
money. I
unpaid
appreciate
work
that.
at
That's
home.
either Venmo or Cash
So
App.
in that
Thanks,
chapter, I talk
Catherine.
about a lot of history that I'm going to not talk about here. And then I come up to the welfare rights movement, which I also don't have time to talk about in the depth that it deserves here, but I do want to talk about a little bit, because the women of the welfare rights movement, who were again Black women who had mostly been locked out of the welfare system up until the late 50s, early 60s, because of ideas about who was an appropriate mother, what kind of family was important enough to be valued by the state. They then created a movement to blow the whole system wide open and did a whole lot of good before they became the subject of a really vicious backlash. So aid to families with dependent children, the thing that we used to call welfare until Bill Clinton ended welfare as we know it, was a product of the New Deal, had its roots both in this idea that mother's main job was in the home, taking care of children, and also that people should go to work if at all possible. So there's always a tension at the heart of these programs. Means-tested social programs are the US's favorite thing, and they're terrible for this reason, and many others. But so welfare recipients were subject in particular to scrutiny about whether they were deserving, and often subject to like midnight raids to see if, you know, they were having sex or something. If there was a man around, of course, he should be supporting the family, and the state should not have to pay for that. And the women of the National Welfare Rights Organization, pronounce it properly, Sarah, and its affiliates really rejected that whole idea that they should be.
Actually, this is a really important point that I want people to understand. H. Brown says, my kids are in school and the teachers put their spin on things. It's more pervasive than you think. The reason that it's important for people to listen to the language and understand the language. And this is why I ban debunking. This is why I ban bullshit conservative talking points, because when you're debunking things, when you're engaging in conservative retardation, you are not listening to the language. You're not listening to how they're describing things. You don't understand how they're describing it. You can't explain it to other people. When you understand how they are describing things and you hear the language directly, you start to understand how often this stuff is showing up in every single part of your life. You start to understand how often your kids are actually hearing these talking points. These talking points are used in K through 12 schools. They're not used in this explicit way. They massage the language. They make it a little easier to understand. They're talking to each other here. They're talking to adults. But when you understand the concepts of what they're talking about, why they want to abolish the family, what communization of care means, what all of these things mean, now you start to be able to understand, oh, that's that thing in my kid's homework that I saw. So when I yell at people in the chat to shut the fuck up and listen, I'm not just being a mean bitch on the internet. I've done this a long time, and I know when people are listening and when they're not listening. And I know what people do when they're just trying to own the libs. And that's not what we do here, because this has an explicit purpose. This is being taught to your kids every day. These people are winning and you are losing. And so it's time to actually take a step back and learn what these people believe and learn what they're saying and learn how it shows up in society. Because if you don't understand any of this, there is nothing that you can do to beat the left at all. Well, your mind rebels against this probably because you've spent a lot of time watching bullshit conservative retard content. And so now you either have to train your brain to understand smart people content or you go back to bullshit conservative retard content. The choice is entirely yours.
Surveilled and their relationships held up to scrutiny. They said that welfare was their right, that they had the right to parent without needing husbands, that they had the right to care for their children and anybody else that they were caring for as they saw fit. My dog wants to be heard in the background. I apologize if everybody can hear him panting. So the women of the National Welfare Rights Organization, in some cases, some reports say things like, marriage and its fixed rules and obligations was a means for domination more than a means for expressing love. Mothers for Adequate Welfare, one of these groups, favored, quote, responsibility toward other persons and freedom to whatever extent that responsibility allows, end quote, instead of a traditional family. Johnny Tillman, who was director of the National NWRO, wrote in an article from Ms. Magazine, welfare is like a super sexist marriage. You trade in a man for the man, but you can't divorce him if he treats you bad. He can divorce you, of course, cut you off anytime he wants. But in that case, he keeps the kids, not you. In ordinary marriage, sex is supposed to be for your husband. On AFDC, you're not supposed to have any sex at all. You give up control of your own body. So they probably would not have said that this was a politics of abolishing the family, but the groundwork that they provided was built on by the Wages for Housework movement and others. And it was an analysis that neither the workplace nor the family was a site of freedom at a time when feminists were sort of demanding the right to go to work as a way to be liberated from the work of the family. They were saying, nah. And they demanded a guaranteed income, and that guaranteed income, not in a way that we would perhaps want, but almost came to being in some fashion under Richard Nixon. So I always like to talk about this because like we forget how quickly things have changed. So as Kathy was saying, they refused the idea of the privatized family, and they demanded public economic support for the way they wanted to live with their family of choice, however they wanted that to be. So welfare reform, of course, then comes along, cracks down on those demands, turns the welfare rights activist into the welfare queen, and Bill Clinton destroys the whole damn thing, including pumping some money that used to go into the pockets of low-income women into marriage promotion programs and funds for states that could lower the number of illegitimate, their words, not mine, births, of course, without increasing the abortion rate. So anyway, despite Bill Clinton's marriage promotion programs, by the 2000s in the US, just 59% of children are born to married mothers, in contrast to the late 50s when 95% were. So the family is, as people have already said here, falling apart due to material conditions. And it is the working class who is bearing the brunt of all of this, right? So one of the things that
I'm being fucking serious right now. I don't want any more of this bullshit in the chat. You think you're being cute? I don't like it. And the next time you do it, I'm going to ban you. I'm not even fucking around. Either engage productively or don't. And there's no amount of super chats that you can send me. If you really fucking piss me off by disregarding my wishes and spit in my face because you're disrespecting what I'm asking you to do, I don't want you here. It's not fucking cute.
I am fascinated by is the number of working class women who are now making decisions like this one woman who told researchers Naomi Kahn and June Carbone, I can support myself, I always had, I can support myself and our kid, I just can't support myself, the kid, and him, being, of course, the father of the kid. So as Michelle was saying, the male breadwinner is falling apart, and these women are not really interested in taking over. So the coronavirus is a whole other set of things that I'm sure we'll get into in questions and answers. But I wanted to take my last couple of minutes to play with something that I've been thinking about and threatening to write about for a little while. For a little while on the internet in the last year or two, the hot topic was heteropessimism. And this conversation around, is heterosexuality doomed? Indiana Saracen at the New Inquiry wrote, heteropessimism consists of performative disaffiliations with heterosexuality, usually expressed in the form of regret, embarrassment, or hopelessness about straight experience. Heteropessimism generally has a heavy focus on men as the root of the problem. That these disaffiliations are performative does not mean that they are insincere, but rather that they are rarely accompanied by the actual abandonment of heterosexuality. End quote. So we're all sort of aware that something about the way that we're still sort of expected to couple is fucked up, but what is it that's wrong exactly? I've been threatening to write theses on the wife guy because a lot of women who date men my age and younger have had the experience of dating somebody with super radical politics right up until he wants a wife. So what I want to say is that I think in addition to all of the material conditions that we need to be talking about when we're talking about the family, I also want to suggest that a politics of family abolition can be a way to interrogate what's actually wrong with heterosexuality. Because much as it's fun to blame men, I actually don't think that's fair. I actually think that the long history of the family and all of these expectations that are piled onto what Michelle was saying so lovely, as the actual bonds of care that we make and want to make with one another. And we still have a hard time imagining heterosexual relationships that are not basically shaped like a marriage. So yeah, I want to wrap up because I'm out of time.
Again, they don't
by
like
saying,
marriage. They've never
returning
liked
back
marriage.
to the people in the streets, to the rise again of the term comrade, which was very much out of fashion for my first.
I want to emphasize this. So she basically is saying like heterosexual people, by which she doesn't actually mean a man and a woman. This is not about being gay or straight. It's not. This is about people who assimilate to capitalist norms versus people who do not assimilate to capitalist norms. That's what they're talking about when they say straight or heterosexual, because if gay people were to engage in a monogamous marriage where they bought a house and they got 2 kids and all this stuff, that would consider to be a homonormative marriage, and it's considered to be exactly the same thing as what the straights are doing. Homonormativity is assimilating to the normative social practices of the straights. They don't want gay people getting married. They don't want straight people getting married because marriage is a form of privatized property relationships. Yeah, the chats went through. Can you now focus on what is being said? Because I do not appreciate this at all. You want to know why you don't fucking distract me? Because when I'm talking about something and I'm on a fucking roll with it, the point I am making slips out of my head when I have to deal with retarded bullshit like this. Stop fucking around.
So lovely. As the actual bonds of care that we make and want to make with one another. And we still have a hard time imagining heterosexual relationships that are not basically shaped like a marriage. So yeah, I want to wrap up because I'm out of time by saying, returning back to the people in the streets, to the rise again of the term comrade, which was very much out of fashion for my first 15 years or so on the left. And Alva Gottby, who was on a panel on the family at a conference that Kathy and I were at in September, who said family abolition is a politics of friendship, and my brain kind of went. So I have no answers any further on this.
No, thank you for the money though, Trendle, I appreciate it.
Thank you. What a lovely way to end in the context of a panel. So I am now going to turn it over to Sophie Lewis.
I too want to sort of open by paying tribute to those rioting in Louisville and Minneapolis in the name of George Floyd and Breonna Taylor, and urging our collective solidarity and material support for the abolitionist and care collectives on the ground, such as Black Visions and North Star, trying to get people free during the pandemic in every sense of the word of free, and by any means necessary. And it's, of course, kind of deeply appropriate to be talking about the abolition of the nuclear private household in the midst of this explosion of comradely Black rage and love. If there were such a thing as real family, in the sense of a dialectic of real families against the family, it's here, to be sure, that we might glimpse it in the neighborhoods destroying what destroys them. That is to say, police.
Again, though, this is not what she was talking about because you didn't actually listen to what she said. You listened to the part that you liked. This is part of the problem with conservative retards, is you aren't actually listening to what she's saying. You're only listening to the part that you like. So when she was talking about not blaming men, what do you think she was in fact blaming? Pop quiz for the chat. When she was talking about not blaming men, what was she in fact talking about blaming? What was the problem with blaming men? Because I guarantee you, you don't know the answer to this because you didn't listen to what she actually said. You're just really excited that you heard a leftist talk about not blaming men, but you didn't actually listen to what she talked about. No, it's not women. No. And in fact, you're getting put in a timeout because that's a retard answer. She was talking about blaming capitalism. It's not about blaming men. It's about blaming the system of capitalism. It's about blaming the capitalist normative system. The system of capitalism that created the nuclear family in the first place. And to say that this is not something that you hear on the left, we literally hear this every day of the fucking week on the left. So the fact that you think the left doesn't say this is a reflection of the fact that you only listen to conservative con artists and their clickbait on Twitter, probably. What she was blaming is capitalism as a structure.
Police precincts and condos. In the practical tear gas related solidarity flowing in from Hong Kong and Palestine, and in the distribution hubs for looted goods that are enabling people to have and share for once, for free, some objects they desire and want and which make life pleasurable. As has been expressed more or less anonymously in the annals of riots, past and present, the burning down of living situations that are so poisoned by white supremacist violence, they do not support mere renovation or retrofitting.
As a reminder, whenever these people are saying white or white supremacists, they're talking about capitalism. They're not talking about skin color.
Can be seen as family abolitionist, not just in the sense in which they defy what Kathy calls the family ethic and the work ethic, defy family values, moral productivity, and property sanctity, but also in the sense that destruction of the infrastructure of destruction constitutes a real form of mass self-care, a risky expression of grief for a beloved stranger, which kind of, again, dialectically is what that word fam can kind of conjure, rather than a member of one's kin group, and a practice of unlearning domination, which for Audre Lorde was another way of saying learning to mother ourselves collectively by refusing motherhood, amongst other things, motherhood as an institution of moral blackmail and individualizing discipline. So moreover, it's Black radicals such as Hortense Spillers and Lorde and Christina Sharp and Saidiya Hartman and Alexis Pauline Gumbs and Indigenous thinkers like Kim Tolbert who have, educated the left on this subject, not that we want to listen. For instance, on the liberatory valence of polymaternal mothering against motherhood, the anti-Black and colonial character of the logic of bionuclear familiality, and the idea that children do not belong to anyone, in the phrase of the Sisterhood of Black Single Mothers. So like binary gender.
The idea that children do not belong to anyone, that's what they consider parental. Thank you for the money. I appreciate it. The idea that children do not belong to anyone, that is what they consider private parental rights to be, is a form of private property ownership where children literally belong to their parents in the same way that slaves belonged to their owners. Does everyone understand this? They believe that parental rights, where children, quote unquote, belong to their parents, are the same thing as slaves belonging to their owners. It's a form of property relationship. That's why they want to eliminate parental rights. That's why they want to abolish parental rights.
Colonial character of the logic of bionuclear familiality, and the idea that children do not belong to anyone, in the phrase of the Sisterhood of Black Single Mothers. So like binary gender, from which it is inseparable, the ideology of, dyadic parenthood and propertied nuclear kinship was invented in the image of whiteness.
Capitalism.
Specifically to enslaved and colonized forms of life. And the polemical way of saying this is that the phrase the Black family is an oxymoron, and that in America, at least, there are only Black families whose survival against all odds showcases the inconvenient reality that kinship, for what it's worth, is always made, never given.
Okay, this is important for people to understand. And it's kind of really fucking racist, to be honest, but this is honest to God what Sophie believes. I've heard her talk about this in more than one occasion, and this is like the most racist thing that Sophie says. Sophie says that because typically Black families do not have a father present, that they are not a nuclear family. Black families are separate from the nuclear family system because typically it's a bunch of single mothers who have to work together to figure out how to raise the kids in their Black community, because all the fathers left, I don't know, I swear to God, this is what she's saying, that in Black communities, single mothers have a kinship of choice, a family of choice outside of the biological nuclear family, because all the fathers leave and the Black women are stuck with their kids, and they all have to work together to raise all their kids together. And so when they're talking about the nuclear family, they're not talking about Black people. Black people are considered to be separate of that because there's typically not a father present, and so they have a different type of community based on kinship. I swear to God, that's what she's talking about. It's very racist. It's so fucking racist. But listen, that is exactly what she's saying. I'm not making this up. Listen again.
Polymaternal mothering against motherhood, the anti-Black and colonial character of the logic of bionuclear familiality, and the idea that children do not belong to anyone, in the phrase of the Sisterhood of Black Single Mothers. So like binary
sisterhood,
gender, from which it is in
the Sisterhood of Black Single Mothers. That's what Sophie just said. And then she keeps talking about this.
Black single children do not belong to anyone, in the phrase of the Sisterhood of Black Single Mothers. So like binary gender, from which it is inseparable, the ideology of, dyadic parenthood and propertied nuclear kinship was invented in the image of whiteness, specifically to enslaved and colonized forms of life. And the polemical way of saying this is that the phrase the Black family is an oxymoron, and that in America, at least, there are only Black families whose survival against all odds showcases the inconvenient reality that kinship, for what it's worth, is always made, never given.
So again, she just said it again. It's like what she said is the Black family, the nuclear family, doesn't exist in the United States. It's Black families, which is the kinship of all the single Black mothers. and they create all the single Black mothers with kids because the Black fathers aren't around. The single mothers have created a sisterhood in which they've created a family of choice like experience where they help each other and support each other regardless of biology. That is the argument. Let's listen again. I'm just going to say it.
In the image of whiteness, specifically to enslaved and colonized forms of life. And the polemical way of saying this is that the phrase the Black family is an oxymoron, and that in America, at least, there are only Black families whose survival against all odds showcases the inconvenient reality that kinship, for what it's worth, is always made, never given. It's wonderful, I just want to say, and not at all given, that Red May should schedule a panel on family abolition. It feels a little bit like we, and I guess by that I mean the queer communists, have a foot in some kind of door.
The queer
as
communists.
I see it, over the past few years, a small number of trans liberationist Marxists, mothers, queer utopian thinkers in various different lands and cities have started raising up again this banner of this centuries-old slogan, abolish the family. And then we found one another. And so a small but non-negligible resurgence in family abolitionist desire seems to be in the air. I also want to just note that there have also been efforts at recuperation of this already. I mean, it's difficult to gauge the response that our efforts have had in the culture at large, but liberal pundits from The Guardian to The Washington Post are suddenly publishing superficial criticisms of the nuclear family. And there was an incredibly racist 9,000-word piece entitled "The Nuclear Family Was a Mistake," published in The Atlantic by the New York Times columnist David Brooks in February. There are just a whole proliferation of these. They're all neoliberal calls whose fiscal motives are not hard to parse for a return to the extended family premised on marriage. And I could go on more about that, but even among those in better faith than David Brooks, and this is why I wanted to note that it's great that Red May scheduled us. Even among those in better faith, there is much incredulity, disagreement, and horror, particularly among straight and cisgender people, whatever their politics, around the content of this project, the meaning of both words, family and abolition, and the nature of the world conjured by that horizon. Abolish the family is a proposition that really triggers genuine trauma and brings out the most snarlingly defensive reactions and misreadings, not merely on the white nationalist right, but yeah, widely across the left, including in a very strange review of my book in Jacobin. I want to narrow down my standpoint really quickly by remarking that personally, I've always regarded family abolition as simply another name for reproductive justice, another name for queer Black radicalism, another name for communist feminism, another name for children's liberation, another name for
I'll take a look at it for Dragon Balls.
housework,
Thank you.
another
I
name
haven't
for
seen
the
it yet.
Cyborg Manifesto, another name for queer insurgency, not to mention actually the National Welfare Rights Organization, which I believe was a family abolitionist organization. To abolish the family is no more and no less than the simple, albeit as yet partially unthinkable, creation of a world in which, and this is a phrase of Michelle's, no one is bound together violently any longer. So it has nothing whatsoever to do with, to quote the Jacobin Review, tearing children away from their parents and parents away from their offspring. It's got nothing to do with expanding the commodification of hitherto uncommodified arenas of social life. Yeah, the critique of the family has many, many prongs, including the rejection of the fiction of genetic reproduction and the sociological observation that the endless multiplication of individual kitchens and laundries is, amongst other things, deeply unsustainable.
Sophie is one of the people that is advancing the idea that I talked about earlier of getting rid of the private family kitchen. Sophie also believes in getting rid of private family washing machines and drying machines because having a private family kitchen and a private washing machine apparently is unsustainable in terms of its growth, because what we should be doing in Sophie's world is having food served communally in the community canteen where everyone goes and eats together, and having clothes washed at a laundromat apparently, but it would be in more of a commune type style where you wouldn't have to pay money for the laundromat or anything. But you don't have washing facilities in your private facilities anymore because that is unsustainable according to Sophie. And so you have to have all your food and wash all your clothes with the commune in the collective solidarity community. Listener, say it again. Hey, thanks, Grandma Nay. Tuition payment, I can't stay, just got home. All's okay. I've been slacking on tuition, so I'm popping in to say hi. I'll watch tomorrow. See y'all for movie night. Thanks, Grandma Nay. Appreciate it.
Life. Yeah, the critique of the family has many, many prongs, including the rejection of the fiction of genetic reproduction and the sociological observation that the endless multiplication of individual kitchens and laundries is, amongst other things, deeply unsustainable and maximizing of labor burdens among the feminized. And the statistic that the vast majority of many categories of battery—
No, Sophie's absolutely not single. Sophie's 100% not single. I follow Sophie on Instagram. Sophie, I'm pretty sure, has both a girlfriend and a boyfriend. Sophie has this girl that she lives with that looks like a they-them. She also has a man that she seems to be running around with and takes naked pictures with sometimes. So I'm pretty sure Sophie is part of a polycule of some sort, or Sophie has multiple lovers. It's a reality. Just go look at her fucking Instagram. She also occasionally posts pictures of her boobs on Instagram in case people are interested in that sort of thing.
and abuse and violence take place amongst family members and within the supposed sanctum of the home. But the thing to stress, I think, about our critique, and this is sort of beautifully already been said in myriad different ways, is that it really is, you know, critique, not criticism. It's recognition that the family is simultaneously an anti-queer factory for producing productive workers, rife with power asymmetries and violence, and the sole source, or what we experience as the sole source of love, care, and protection against the brutalizations of the police and the market work and—
Well, and yet she has both a girlfriend and a boyfriend. So unlike the conservative right that only cares about how people look and don't actually care about what comes out of their mouth or any of their ideas or anything like that, the left doesn't give a flying fuck about your rating scale about their looks. She has both a girlfriend and a boyfriend. She can have as much fucking sex as she wants. She can be in whatever fucking polycule she wants. Her boyfriend is not bad looking, by the way. He's really just not bad looking. He's not like the greatest, looking guy in the world. He's not bad looking. Do you want to know why? Because you retards base every single thing you say and do on looks, and that is why you are constantly fucking losing, because they actually don't give a fuck.
Racism that many of us have got, again, or think we've got.
Oh, it's funny?
So,
you know what else is funny? You just got timed out.
Kathy and Michelle have particularly stressed this movement of family abolition is dialectical, a movement of positive supersession from below, an extension of that which is good in the practices of actually existing proletarian love and care to everyone, regardless of how they live and love. And, that's, of course, part of what I was trying to do in my title, Full Surrogacy Now, which is intended to be simultaneously a description of the dystopian character of the present state of things, i.e., there are always myriad, surrogates constituting that supposedly autonomous organism, the white nuclear family, these racialized, feminized labors who are, in another phrase of Kathy's that I like, excised from the family portrait, and at the same time, it's a call for the gestational commune, by which I meant the world in which humanity would not be blackmailed into mistaking a very limited number of legally sanctioned individuals for their only truly dependable sources of care and companionship in life. the world in which we had actualized the knowledge that we are the makers of one another, quite literally, and had learned to collectively act like it. 1 second, I just wanted to remark polemically.
Thank you, appreciate it.
That while treat your neighbors as family is a popular and well-meaning sentiment, particularly in the experience of the pandemic, and it's also the slogan of David Brooks's Social Fabric Project, which is called Weave, trademark. I want to submit that in a dialectical movement, we experiment with, thinking of this phrase as completely wrong. If we want to make it into the next century as a species worthy of the name human, perhaps we will have to do much better than treat neighbors as family. After COVID, if there is such a thing, my hope is that we will treat each other, everyone, including our official mothers, with all the intimacy and tenderness that is due to strangers, or dare I say, comrades.
Yes, when she says white family, she's
Thank you
talking
all
about
so
capitalist
much.
family.
Hang
on. And now they're going to have a discussion. Is the same thing when Sophie says white family, she's not talking about literal color? Yes, that is exactly correct. When they say white, they're talking about capitalism. They're talking about bourgeois. They're talking about normativity. They're talking about people who support the cultural norms that uphold the capitalist society. They are not talking about skin color.
I'll just start. I mean, at the risk of volleying something into the void that is Zoom. Are there any questions or points of connection that come to y'all's mind that you'd like to pose each other before we open up to the sort of general Q&A? Well, if not, I have a question. So I think, so we've got a couple questions coming through, and I think. This is my favorite one, and so I'm going to start with it. And I think you could take this as a chance to knock down the greatest haters, or as a chance to sort of open up a bit more what you mean in this theorization of family abolition. So what are some of your favorite, as they say, bullshit positions you hear from socialists and communists in defense of the family form? And what are these comrades missing? So I think a couple of you have gestured to the ways that some people react to the call for family abolition, whether it's a slogan or an in-depth book, but I'm just curious, what are some of the responses that you've heard? And what do those responses tell you about the state of thinking or the state of people's actual lives?
Should we all riff together? I mean, we're going to have a lot of awkward pauses because there are so many of us. I'll just throw out that it's an extremely important, question to deal with. First off, for example, the question of racialized families against the colonial state. So, in one of my first airings of this, of this idea, a lot of people were pointing out that at that moment, this is the image conjured in Nivedita Majumdar's kind of objection, children being torn away from parents at the border, right? The border from Mexico to the United States. So the idea there, and which needs to be dealt with very, non-defensively, because it's crucial and it's central. This is not a question of, somehow implying that like the racial colonial capitalist US border regime is practicing family abolition somehow by not respecting the kinship bonds, or in fact implementing DNA tests to sort of check for biological genetic status between migrants, as though the fiction there being that were you to be confirmed as sort of biologically legitimately tied to your co-travelers, then the United States would be forced to sort of honor you as a family, as though that is actually how it works, right? And it's the opposite. I would sort of submit, but this can be done too glibly, but I would submit that in fact it's precisely part of the regime of the family that there be this kind of underclass and these surplus populations that are not dignified with the sorts of affordances and privileges and rights that come supposedly, but to everyone, but in practice only to a particular kind of class via the sanctity of family.
Yeah, I would just add to that, because one of the most interesting things about those people who are crossing the border is how many of them end up doing paid reproductive labor in the US, and how Laura Briggs's book is excellent on this point, right? Where she notes that so many people are already leaving their families behind when they come to the US, because the people who will hire them don't want a family in tow, right? So if you want to live in nanny to care for your family, you don't want her to bring her 2 kids.
True.
A woman I spoke to for the chapter in my book that is on paid domestic work, when the coronavirus started, she's a nanny, and she was just a 9 to 5 nanny for this family. But when the virus started, she moved in with them and her kids. Her kids are a little bit older, so it was easier for her to leave them at home, but she's choosing to care for this other family because it brings in money, because the other, choice with big air quotes around it is not get paid. So, we have a system that already only respects the family relationships of some people. So that kind of argument. The other one that I love, actually, which was in my notes, then I skipped over it because I was taking too long.
What Sarah Jaff is saying when she's saying we have a system that only respects the family relationships of some people, she's saying the system of capitalism only respects the family relationships that support the capitalist society, and it does not respect polyamorous relationships, queer relationship, families of choice, that sort of thing outside of the mold of capitalist society. So it's like saying, like, people who adhere to the nuclear family within capitalist society, they get the benefit of having insurance benefits because the capitalist system wants to reproduce the nuclear family, and so therefore it only offers insurance benefits. And I'm giving an example. It only offers insurance benefits or parental rights or whatever to the people who conform to the family unit that upholds the capitalist system. Whereas if you're in a family of choice and you have a queer polycule and there are 6 of you in the relationship and 2 of you have kids by 3 different fathers or like whatever, and all of you are living in a commune, capitalism doesn't offer insurance benefits to your family of choice polycule. It only offers benefits to people who are subscribing to the traditional nuclear family model that upholds capitalism, but not to the queer family polycule family of choice sort of thing. That's what she means by that. Does everyone understand? 1 in the chat if you understand what I just said, 2 in the chat if you are confused and you want more explanation. Okay.
A system that already only respects the family relationships of some people. So that kind of argument. The other one that I love, actually, which was in my notes, then I skipped over it because I was taking too long, is the argument that I'm sure will be leveled at all of us here, that we are academics and journalists and bourgeois blah 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 pretentious academics throwing around big words, and the actual quote unquote working class wants nothing to do with this, which is why, of course, I spent so much time talking about the welfare rights organizers. And I really love in Michelle's endnotes piece the history of the different options and styles of living together that the working class has had across history when not being sort of forced back into the nuclear family.
Kathy or Michelle, did y'all want to weigh in on this question? Sort of like common critiques or responses you get, what they illuminate for you? So to move on. So one of, Kathy?
I guess, so I'm thinking about like some of the responses that I've gotten, and some of this comes from I'm interested in academic feminist work on the family, and I think, some of the pushback that started in the 80s and then really took off into the 90s against the kind of family abolitionist project that I'm interested in was all wrapped up with an academic turn to the subject, where you always wanted to look at the subject, right? And this is a real structural project, family abolitionism, at some level. I mean, you're actually looking at kind of large social patterns and social structures. And there was a kind of academic move across a lot of disciplines in the late 80s and into the 90s and then beyond that really wanted to focus on the particular and not the general. Like, well, so what are different people's experiences in families? Let's try to dig down into the differences among people's experiences and what those families mean to them. And don't talk about these general kinds of structures. And then instead of talking about structures, look at the agency of people within families who are not just sort of the victims of these social kinds of forces. So there's a whole series of academic trends that militated against looking at the family as a larger kind of social pattern or institution and larger kinds of ideologies. So I think that was a general problem. And the way that I've gotten that it shows up in kind of political conversations is that some people interpret the call to abolish the family as an individual ethical mandate. Like, leave your family. Don't want what you want, you leave the couple. Like, I mean, and that's never been what it is. It's a political project. And as a political project, it's a collective effort to try to change some of the rules.
This is not about you giving up grandma. This is a political project about how we socially relate to each other within society. Yo, Andre in with the $100 super chat. Thank you, bro. I appreciate that. Thank you for the important explanation about what they think of the capitalist family versus the communist Marxist commune family. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Extremely generous super chat, putting everyone else to shame with the exception of Donnie Girl. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Do you guys understand what they're talking about? Again, this is really important. The left is always across every single topic they talk about. They're talking about the system of capitalism. They're not talking about you have to denounce your grandma. They're not talking about that. They're not even saying like you can't love the people that you're biologically related to. They're not saying that. They're saying that the nuclear family is created by the system of capitalism and supports the reproduction of capitalism. And so therefore, we have to change the way we socially relate to each other in society in order to undo this oppressive system. It's not about making people beholden to the state beyond their family. It's about they cannot undo capitalism until they get rid of the family. So he sent in a $1,000 check to the Center of Left-Wing Studies, which is awesome, and I really appreciate it. I keep so it's probably not going to clear until next week, to be honest, just because it takes some time to process that stuff. So I haven't seen that yet, but we are keeping an eye on that to make sure it does clear because we want him to be able to take that tax deduction on his taxes for sure. But yeah, that was a super generous gift. Biggest gift yet to the Center for Left-Wing Studies, and hopefully we get many more of those either in the next coming weeks or next year. That would be rad. Yes. This is exactly right. What and this might seem like a small little point, but like once you understand this, everything the left talks about is about capitalism. Racism is about capitalism. Gender is about capitalism. Queer is about capitalism. Abolish the family is about capitalism. Anti-ICE and borders are about capitalism. Anti-police, abolish the police, abolish prisons. That's about capitalism. Abortion is about capitalism. Environmental justice is about capitalism. It's always about capitalism. And what they're doing is they're just attacking capitalism from every single angle they can think of. They're doing the race, they're doing the gender, queer, environmental justice, like it's all the different angles. They're all just different attacks on this. Healthcare is about capitalism. Exactly. Even trans kids, I have seen the left say that they don't approve of the medicalization of trans kids because they're just feeding kids into the capitalist medical complex. So the left has actually blamed capitalism for trans kids that are medicalized because the left never thought they should be medicalized in the first place. The real far left. Now, we're not talking about liberals and Democrats here. Liberals and Democrats are different. Liberals and Democrats who want kids to have those trans surgeries, they are upholding the system of capitalism. Once you figure out this piece, then it's a matter of saying, okay, the left is doing something crazy, the left is doing something weird. How does that thing that they're doing relate back to capitalism? And then you will understand why. And this is just a process of learning. Like, you have to learn all of these different aspects of it to get it. But once you understand this core component, there is literally never a time. There is never a time when the left is doing something that it does not relate directly back to capitalism. And capitalism, because I had this question earlier on Rumble, the left defines capitalism as private property ownership. It is both a cultural model and a social model. And your definition of capitalism doesn't matter. The left's definition is all that matters because that is what they are acting on.
Political conversations is that some people interpret the call to abolish the family as an individual ethical mandate. Like, leave your family. Don't want what you want, you leave the couple. And that's never been what it is. It's a political project. And as a political project, it's a collective effort to try to change some of the rules of the game that have shaped some of our, intimate desires and intimate practices. So it's it's a different kind of scale of analysis. And I think some people aren't used because again, this subjective term, we're really used to thinking on different scales, an ethical scale about how individuals should act in their own lives and the differences among individuals, all of which are important. But it's come at the cost of being able to think about certain kinds of general patterns that impact people differently, of course, but also have a pretty powerful effect on some of the patterns that we see in the world. So those are the kinds of critiques that I've gotten that I'm starting to get frustrated by.
I think that also gets at my frustration with the heteropessimism discourse, which is like, it does make it into this privatized thing. Like, the solution to the problem of being heterosexual is that I should just choose not to be. And that leaves out all.
Hang on. So first off, I'm going to say, I actually do agree with you. I think that the absolute hatred and obsession with trans people on the part of MAGA and the right is really unproductive. If for no other reason than there are different types of trans people. There are trans people who want to transition from man to woman or woman to man. That is who MAGA is obsessed with. Queer Marxists on the left don't want to transition from man to woman or woman to man. They want to transcend or transform gender because they want to abolish gender entirely. And they actually think that the people that MAGA are upset with, like, they're upset with them for completely different reasons. And so I do think that a lot of the obsession that MAGA has with the trans people, I understand, like, the arguments against trans and kids. And of course, I don't support kids transitioning, but like, not understanding why it's happening, that's a really big problem because the left has very different ideas about this than MAGA thinks, because MAGA is so obsessed with that issue. So I actually do agree with you on that one. Do you think there are some very motivated revolutionaries who would maybe masquerade? No. There's no reality that this would happen. And listen, this whole goes back to the conservative retard idea of like people who are pretending, like, because like conservatives like to say that someone is like a fake leftist or they're pretending or like whatever. No. These people would never pretend to be a liberal or a Democrat. It would never happen. It would go against every fiber of their being. It would go against every single value that they have. No, these people believe every single thing they say. They are willing to die for what they believe. They are willing to do whatever it takes to achieve their goals. They're not going to pretend to be a fucking Democrat. Again, every single person on this screen, they hate the Democrats way more than they hate the Republicans.
of the social factors and the whatever factors and one's individual desires, whatever those might be, and makes it into, again, a sort of personal ethical injunction to behave a certain way, and
You're all
then
on
one's
Zoom.
sex
Of course
life
there wouldn't
is
be
somehow
masks.
inherently radical. And that just doesn't work.
But you know, if sorry.
No, go ahead.
No, go ahead, Michelle.
I think, anxieties about family abolition come from a lot of different places. Some of them
Oh, you must be new. Oh, you must be very new. Yes. Socialists and communists hate the Democrats way more than they hate the Republicans and conservatives and MAGA people, and it's not even close. They hate Democrats, they hate liberals, they hate progressives, they complain about them all the time. They do entire fucking conference presentations complaining about the Democrats. They do not support the Democrats. They do not vote for the Democrats. No, they didn't vote for Kamala Harris. No, they didn't vote for Joe Biden. No, it's not weird at all. They have never supported the Democrats. The only reason you guys think that people like this support the Democrats is because your conservative bullshit artist influencers lie to you because they don't know what the fuck they're talking about. These people do entire presentations about how you shouldn't vote in elections. You should never support the Democratic Party. They call it lesser of two evilisms. They do not believe that voting is going to solve their problems. Like, no. No, oh no, there is no, then you weren't fucking listening. I don't know what presentation you were watching, but there is no universe in which I said that the socialists like the Democrats. Like, you just weren't fucking listening. So this is why listening is most important. Because if you think you ever heard me say something contradicting what I just said, you are completely and totally incorrect. There is no universe in which that happened.
think are really deeply psychological for people. Some of them are these issues of white supremacy and racial capitalism that I think a few of us on the panel already spoke to at some length, and we can say a lot more about. And part of it is that there is actually a deep set cultural, sexual, gender normativity and narrowness that's a part of the history of the left and the history of socialism. So, I mean, a lot of what I'm interested in historically is this unfolding tension over time. Particularly, I look at the Second International and some others between sort of trajectories. It's 7 o'clock here, so everyone's cheering outside. Trajectories of family abolition and trajectories of really seeing the family, the bourgeois nuclear family, as an achievement to be won by the workers' movement. That like the proletarian movements hated and despised the bourgeoisie, correctly recognized the destruction of bourgeois society as the foundation of communism, and then there coalesced the right kind of economic conditions, dynamics in capitalist development, political conjunctures, political organizations, and it became possible for proletarian people, for working class people, to emulate the bourgeoisie, to have a housewife, to stay at home. And this was an answer, it proved to be an answer to a profound question of social reproduction, the very high rates of infant mortality, the very high rates of there was a huge crisis of working class people.
Do the Democrats consider themselves to be on the same team as the socialists and communists? No. Again, this is only an idea that lives on the conservative retard side of the internet. Conservatives are literally the only people who don't understand this. No, Democrats are not implementing the policies of the socialists. No, Democrats are not being useful idiots for the socialists. No, they aren't even implementing the policies that socialists and communists want. They are not on the same team. Joe Biden didn't meet with any of these people. Joe Biden never met with the far left when he was in office. It never happened because the Democrats are not on the same team. The Democrats do not support these people. The Democrats do not like these people. The Democrats do not pander to these people. No, this is only an idea that exists in conservative retardia because no one on the right actually listens to what is going on. And this is why I have to answer the same question. Week after week after week after week after week after week after week, I have to answer the same question over and over and over and over and over and over, and it never stops because conservatives just keep lying to their audience because no one on the right actually listens to what the left is saying. No, conservatives have no fucking idea what's going on with these people. No idea. The Trump administration has no idea. The FBI has no idea. They do not understand these people at all in any way.
In the factories dying before they were able to generationally reproduce themselves, and like the despair of living in these early industrial slums is really well documented. I mean, it was so nightmarish, and people needed a way out of that. And for a while, it seemed like the way out of that might be revolution, and the way out of it that they found for.
How is it possible that conservatives have no idea about any of this? Well, did you have any idea about any of this before tonight? I know you're relatively new to my content, but did you have any idea about any of this? Conservatives don't listen. Listen. For people who are new, you have no idea how much I tried for years to get conservative influencers to listen. You have no idea how many people I used to send this stuff to when I first started doing this 3.5 years ago. You have no idea how many of your conservatives I have literally sent clips from these types of trainings to say, here's what the left is doing. I have sent conservative influencers stuff of my undercover work going back years and years and years and years and years. They don't look at it. They refuse to engage with it. They don't listen. They think it's a big waste of time. They don't understand what the left is doing because they don't fucking listen. And this is why I'm constantly yelling at people in the chat to shut the fuck up and listen, because literally the right just doesn't do it. They don't do it. No one, there is not a single fucking person that I can think of in the conservative ecosystem that actually gives a fuck what these people are saying and doing, because it's not clickbait content that the only thing that conservatives care about is clickbait content that's going to go viral on the internet. I promise you, that's it. And I've had an interaction recently with a conservative organization in conservative politics, and I'm not going to name, but it just I got slapped in the face because this organization told me they cared about the truth. They told me they cared about intelligence. They told me they cared about hinging into reality. And then I started sending them clips and things that they asked me to send them. And then it became, oh, how can we use this to go viral on Twitter? Like overnight, instantly. Everything they fucking said they cared about, they didn't give a fuck off about. All they cared about was getting clips from me that would go viral on Twitter without my name on them, with their name on them. And it's just like, you know what? Fuck all of you. Like, literally, fuck all of you. So. And this is why I don't work with conservative organizations, because no matter how much they claim to care about what's going on in the real world, they in fact only care about going viral on the internet. That's it.
For some, it was only select tiers was the bourgeois nuclear family, or an emulation of it. And that sort of sense, and that because capitalism is always destabilizing our lives, is always fragmenting our relationships, is always eroding our capacity to live decent lives, that we are continually drawn back into this form as a necessary means of protecting ourselves from the horror of wage labor. And so this gender and sexual conservatism of the socialist or labor movement is sort of built into the dynamics of wage labor. And it's only in a context, I mean, there are all sorts of beautiful chosen kinship relationships that people develop in the world, but the ones that interest me most, and Sophie alluded to this in the riots, are the ones that people develop in the course of very high intensity struggle, because those are points where the role of the state, the role of wage labor, and the role of the family simultaneously break down, and the possibility of new systems of care that are barely even imaginable to us in our day-to-day circumstances begin to emerge. And that's the sort of, I think of a family abolition not being a sort of series of reforms that are possible within capitalism, although there are plenty of reforms that we should implement or fight for right away, like welfare expansion of cash transfer benefits, among many other things. But family abolition as something that can only occur in the course of an unfolding revolutionary process.
I'm being greedy, but I wanted to throw out a couple more things, if that's
please,
okay.
Yes.
It seems to me that listening to everyone. I've had, it reminded me, I've had the experience over 15 months of sort of pushing my ideas of really on the, so my first response to people's objections was to really actually tone down the scariness. So people go, oh my God, don't you, like, like Kathy said, you're coming for my family or whatever. And I would obviously be like, no, you completely don't understand. This is a structural, but actually over time, it's funny. I realized that you can go a little bit too far down that route. People are scared. And I, in a sense, it's true. I am not coming for your husband and your children or whatever, scary, queer feminist. But actually, if we cede too much ground in the kind of with the aim of not being scary, then I think we end up blurring the distinction between our communist project and the kinds of takes that, as I pointed out, are now proliferating somewhat for interesting reasons that I'd be interested in discussing.
So someone asked earlier, would these people ever pretend to be liberals and Democrats? And Sophie is about to tell you, like, no, we wouldn't. Because what Sophie is saying here is Sophie is saying that, listen, our ideas about abolishing the family, they may scare some people, but like if we tone down our ideas, then we're going to start proliferating ideas that are counterproductive to what we want to achieve as communists. So again, there is no reality in which these people are ever going to pretend to be Democrats or liberals just in order to do something, because they believe that in order that pretending to be a Democrat or a liberal or watering down their ideas in any way, they believe that would be detrimental to their revolutionary communist project.
If we cede too much ground in the kind of with the aim of not being scary, then I think we end up blurring the distinction between our communist project and the kinds of takes that, as I pointed out, are now proliferating somewhat for interesting reasons that I'd be interested in discussing. Like, could we discuss the reasons why a sort of centrist and liberal feminist discourse might appear with that talks about how insufficient or fictional the nuclear family is, so as to short circuit a more revolutionary feminist kind of structural critique of the family. And what is the difference? Does it boil down to sort of the primacy of a kind of marital biogenetic prosperity ensuring legal bond, or what does it depend on? But and the other main thing, and I've noticed on the YouTube channel, a very, very common question and anxiety is just about that word abolition, which we didn't fully necessarily unpack yet, which I believe we are all using and implementing in the sense of Ruthie Wilson Gilmore's prison abolition, which she patiently explains is not about the simple negation or destruction of particular infrastructures or practices, but on the contrary, a building and a proliferating and a kind of growing of the world in which prison and relations of carcerality are unthinkable. So that is important to say. Abolition gets heard as sort of a taking away of your children, even, right? And that's hugely triggering for, in particular, in fact, racialized populations whose children get taken away systematically by the capitalist state. But it's on the contrary about extending the experiences of proletarian love and care that we have found, despite and against everything, to everybody in a non conditional and non-compulsory way. But I think we need to understand how unthinkable it is for many of us, and I mean, I think I include myself in this, to imagine, a non-Oedipal subject, very difficult to imagine, a world of true abundance and provision very difficult to think about, and it's scary. The unthinkability of a world where children are subjects and participants in our politics, and in relationships. You know, these are some of the, so they're not my least favorite objections, but they're real. They're real.
I want to say a little bit about abolition. So I use abolition in this really precise Marxist sense that he takes from Hegel, comes from the German word he uses, that it's simultaneously to destroy, to lift up, and to preserve, that it's all three. And they're one word in German. It's fascinating. And that's what Marx means, right? And so I think of that as a breaking open of the family to free and unleash what's good in it, and to generalize that, as Sophie said, into this social body as a whole. So to make the necessary forms of care available to everyone unconditionally. And for a little while, I thought that this sort of German word abolition was in contrast to anti-slavery abolitionists in the United States. And for a little while, I was like, well, it's a problem of translation and got to explain it. And actually, W.E.B. Du Bois spent a lot of time studying Hegel, and he was very interested, and he wasn't the
W.E.B. Du Bois
first
studied
anti-slavery
Hegel?
abolitionist
Wow.
to do this. Very interested in how the abolition of slavery would require the creation of new institutions of Black survival and Black flourishing, and that process was simultaneous. It is both a destruction and a freeing of Black people's capacity to care for each other and reproduce themselves and to work towards freedom. And that abolition has this tension that is sort of linguistically there in the German, but also there in our own legacy. That it's a freeing, an unleashing, a generalizing, as well as a destruction.
On that note, it makes me think of Tara Hunter's amazing book, To Enjoy My Freedom, which is about Black women, domestic workers in the South after abolition. And it's about their work and the first washerwomen's strike in Georgia and many other things. But it's also about the ways that they found, even in these horrible working conditions still, to enjoy their freedom and to make relationships. And it's just a beautiful book and everyone should read it. It also makes me think, because we're talking about abolition and we keep referring back to Minneapolis and to the streets, and I've been watching so many people on social media in the past few days sort of do this wonderful thing where they open up their mentions and they're kind of like, when I say police abolition, when I say prison abolition, does that make you uncomfortable?
Hang on. This isn't real. You've got to stop thinking like this. There is not one single book that socialists read or communists read where they get all their ideas. And no, it's not Marx. No, it's not. No. There is no one author. There is no one book. There is no one series of books. This is a subculture in which they teach each other, where they're constantly evolving their ideas. They're constantly communicating. They're constantly doing education. This is not, hey, everyone, let's go read the Communist Manifesto and then let's do the Communist Manifesto in real life. That's not what it is. They write their own documents all the time. They then teach each other their documents. They have their own interpretations. This is an ideology that has mutated many, many times since the Communist Manifesto was written. Again, this is a very conservative idea. There's someone at the top. And if we just get that one person at the top, then everything will be fixed. This is not how these people think. It's not how they function. It's not how they communicate. It's not how they share their ideas. It's not how they educate each other. If you want to know what they're reading, you go to the anarchist library, you go to the anarchist websites, you go to the anarchist book fairs like I go undercover at, you collect their zines, you collect their propaganda, you go to the socialist book publishers, you see what books are being published, you see who's doing book tours around the country. That is what they're reading. There is no head of the snake to cut off. And until you guys wrap your head around this idea, you will not understand the far left.
Comfortable, what makes you uncomfortable. I will talk to you about that. And it's been amazing to me, actually. there's always these moments when sort of things that happen in left politics world cross over into like my Facebook friends that I like used to ride horses with when I was in 5th grade or something. Literally a thing that happened today. Where I see these people who I don't think would have any interest in this stuff suddenly posting about it, and posting stuff that is supportive of not just, you know, oh, peaceful protests are fine, but I wish they wouldn't, but people actually posting the Martin Luther King quote about the riots and really saying, like, we understand why people are looting. And it's funny, this brings me back to not a particularly family abolitionist gripe, but just a gripe with the sort of social democratic left writ large, which is that, you know, you can't say scary things because the workers will be scared. You can't talk about riots, or, you know, indeed you can't talk about racism because the workers are always, you know, positioned as the ones who are going to be scared of this thing. And I think we get that same sort of projective identification with family abolition too, right? Where people will be like, oh, I understand what you're talking about, but the workers, they don't, and they won't. And so you can't talk about that because the workers don't get it, when the workers are probably living in an incredibly complicated family relationship already because capitalism destroys the way we live together.
Oh, yeah? Capitalism destroys the way we live together? You don't say.
Thank you, y'all. Yeah. I mean, I was also just thinking, Michelle, like you brought up the abolition of slavery, and it seems like even the word abolition has been sort of hijacked by this white supremacist understanding of abolition. Like abolition worked because we got rid of slavery, so it's only imagined in that sort of negative sense. It's helpful to rethink it in that way. There were a couple of questions about sort of kind of the concrete world that we might build, but I want to reserve the sort of maybe last half hour for some more of that. But I want to think a bit more about this concept and how y'all are thinking about this. So one of the things that I noticed that comes up in this is like, I don't know, on the one hand, everyone seems to be on the same page, or seems to sort of like jive with each other's analyses.
No, this didn't happen. Again, this is your interpretation of it. I know exactly what's going on. You are not listening to what they're saying, and you are interpreting it through a right-wing conservative view of the world. No, this didn't happen. There is no presentation that we have ever watched on this channel where they talked about putting a single oligarch in power. That did not happen. I don't know what the fuck you were watching, but you were not watching something on this channel. No.
Also, like what the family is not necessarily always the same in these critiques. So there's some critiques of that call for family abolition that very much focus on the family as an economic unit, right? The household as that side of like privatized care. But then I think to get to Kathy, you laid out those three pieces, that couple form, that biokin piece, you know, getting at forms of gender and sexual normalization that happen in the family. I mean, I'm curious if y'all see, like, how do you see sort of like threading those two, or do you see examples where one gets held up where the other doesn't? I mean, I can imagine a socialism that tries to deprivatize the family, but still holds on to a very heteronormative model of the family, and maybe whatever the vice versa of that would be. So I don't know if that speaks to anyone, but I was just thinking about that sort of the kind of the normative family versus the economic family, or however you want to call it, and how those two are threaded together in your thinking, in people's everyday practices.
Well, I'll
Or
say
we
that.
can
So the question he just asked is like, what is the difference between the nuclear family as an economic unit, and what is and the nuclear family as a cultural unit? The nuclear family as an economic unit privatizes resources out of the hands of the collective in order to create oppressive hierarchies in which some people have more resources than others, and abolishing the private ownership of property, because that's what they're talking about, is private property ownership within the nuclear family will make all resources available to everyone. That is the economic model of the nuclear family. The cultural model of the nuclear family is raising children to believe in capitalist norms and capitalist values and supplying the children who all believe in the gender binary to the workforce to replenish the workers. It's like the nuclear family in terms of educating the young people to uphold capitalist society, the cultural model of capitalism versus the economic model of capitalism, which is the private ownership of property that creates economic disparity.
Totally move on, and that's a dud.
No, we just got to process. We're processing. Just takes a second. Yeah, I mean, I laid out those three elements. And, you know, so the couple form, you know, biokin and the privatized system.
Biokin.
You know, care, social reproduction. And, you know, when I'm feeling cranky, I'll say, you know, the privatization of social reproduction is the base and the rest are superstructural, but it doesn't actually work that way. There's a really complex mutual imbrication of those three elements. But I do think that the privatization of
Listen, green-eyed lady, you've been around long enough to hear me say this time and time again, but I'm going to say it one more time, but I'm actually really annoyed that you're asking this question because you have heard me say this so many times, I cannot even keep count. Socialists use the term socialist and communist interchangeably. They use the term socialist, communist, and Marxist interchangeably, which is why I use it interchangeably. They publicly call themselves socialists. They publicly call themselves communists. They publicly call themselves Marxists. They will call themselves socialist, communist, and Marxist literally in the same fucking sentence.
social reproduction is somehow in, like, I think that's the material sticking point where a lot of interests are involved in maintaining this. And I think that there's more sort of flexibility and experiment that we've seen over time with the couple form. The biokin, that's, Sophie maybe can talk about that. That's pretty sticky too. But certainly the couple form is, you know, in some ways it's been kind of more flexible. And so we've had different experiments, you know, so there's, you know, obviously, you know, gay and lesbian marriage. Well, does that really change the dynamics of marriage? You know, I mean, there's lots of debates.
There we go. I didn't hear Kathy say that the last time. Well, we have gay and lesbian marriage, but does that really change the dynamics of marriage? They're basically telling you that they don't think that gay marriage is any different than straight marriage, and they don't like straight marriage, and therefore they don't like gay marriage because really, is it any different? No, it's still a form of property relationship. It still privatizes resources in the nuclear family. It still creates a nuclear family type structure, which reproduces and perpetuates capitalism. So no, we don't want gay marriage because we don't even like marriage as an institution, because we believe that marriage creates the nuclear family and forces nuclear family cultural norms on society. Listen.
Sophie maybe can talk about that. That's pretty sticky too. But certainly the couple form is, you know, in some ways it's been kind of more
hang on. I don't know who the fuck you are, but you've been mouthing off in the chat and acting like you know what the fuck you're talking about. Your job here is to listen and to ask questions. No, they're not weirdly obsessed with pedantic wordplay. They have their own fucking language. They do not care what you think. They do not care about your definitions. They do not care. No one is looking for your opinion in the chat. You are not the teacher of this class. I am the teacher of this class. You are a student in this class. There is a hierarchy here. You are on the bottom. I am on the fucking top. So I need you to stop doing this shit in the chat, and I need you to shut the fuck up and listen to what the left is saying. No, that's not what you meant. I've been watching you in the chat now for as long as you've been in it. I don't like it. It's fucking distracting. Either engage with the content and ask questions, or literally shut the fuck up and listen to what's being said. You are not the teacher in this class.
And so we've had different experiments, you know, so there's, you know, obviously, you know, gay and lesbian marriage. Well, does that really change the dynamics of marriage? You know, I mean, there's lots of debates about that. And I think it's probably more than just add and stir into the institution. I think, you know, the shifts every time it gets extended, it shifts a little bit as new groups are kind of included into it in some ways. But then there's also the rise of never married couples. And I mean, I think that, you know, the pattern of marriage and the kind of heteronormative scripts and gendered scripts that are so embedded in it that in some ways, you know, that you know, I mean, I think the rise of
marriage means assimilation to capitalist values. If you engage in a capitalist marriage, a capitalist form of property relationship, you engage in assimilationism into capitalist values. Queer Marxists in particular are anti-assimilationist. I'm going to rewind her again because she's basically saying all this.
been kind of more flexible, and so we've had different experiments, so there's obviously, gay and lesbian marriage.
No. It's evil. That's all we need to know. No, it's actually not all you need to know. No, it's actually not. Do you understand why it's evil? Do you understand what type of world they want to create? Do you understand what they're teaching your kids in school? Do you understand how they're organizing? Do you understand how they're funded? Do you understand how their propaganda works? Do you understand what their propaganda says? Do you even understand their language? Do you even understand what you're watching here right now? All of that is far, far, far more important than saying they're evil and bad, and I don't know why they're evil and bad, but they're just evil, and Jesus told me so because Jesus loves me. So stop saying retard shit in my chat and ask questions. If your only understanding of what we're watching right now, after I have been painstakingly breaking down this information for hours, if the biggest takeaway that you have is they're evil, you might not be smart enough to be here. So either engage with the content or get the fuck out. Yes, that is exactly correct. It is a cop-out. It is a complete cop-out to learning what is actually going on, and this is why the conservatives have no fucking idea what's going on, because they don't actually believe in learning. Conservatives don't believe in education. And this is why I yell on the internet constantly. My classes would be so much easier if conservative retards just never showed up. If only people who are actually interested in learning show up. But no, I'm inundated with conservative retards all the time in every single stream that I do that are not actually interested in learning, that are only here to own the libs.
Really change the dynamics of marriage. I mean, there's lots of debates about that, and I think it's probably more than just add and stir into the institution. I think the shifts every time it gets extended, it shifts a little bit as new groups are kind of included into it in some ways. But then there's also the rise of never married couples. And I mean, I think that, the pattern of marriage and the kind of heteronormative scripts and gendered scripts that are so embedded in it, that in some ways, I mean, I think the rise of never married couples is almost the perfection of marriage in some ways, because it's been so assumed that you don't even need the ritual anymore. So I mean, I don't really think it's the end of marriage.
Wow.
It's like the perfection of it more than anything else.
Wow.
And then there's the experience.
So what Kathy Weeks is saying there is, listen, if couples just live together and have kids, but they don't get married, that is the perfected version of marriage, because they're still reproducing capitalist social relations without even having to engage in the ritual as marriage. What she's saying is the only purpose of marriage is to force people into this system where they are reproducing the system of capitalism. And she's saying that marriage as a cultural institution has become so perfected that even people who are not married still engage in the ritual of being married. They still engage in the system of being married, where they might live together and have kids and raise those kids with capitalist values, but they don't have the institution of marriage, but they're still reproducing capitalism because they're still doing all the same things that the institution of marriage does. Do you guys understand this? What they're talking about is a form of social relations. They're talking about completely reimagining the way people socially relate in society. And this is why we listen, folks. This is why we don't mouth off in the chat. This is why we don't debunk. This is why we don't own the libs. This is why we actually take the time to shut the fuck up and listen to what they're actually saying.
The biokin, that's, Sophie maybe can talk about that. That's pretty sticky too. But certainly the couple form is, in some ways it's been kind of more flexible. And so we've had different experiments, so there's, obviously, gay and lesbian marriage. Well, does that really change the dynamics of marriage? I mean, there's lots of debates about that. And I think it's probably more than just add and stir into the institution. I think, the shifts every time it gets extended, it shifts a little bit as new groups are kind of included into it in some ways. But then there's also the rise of never married couples. And I mean, I think that, the pattern of marriage and the kind of heteronormative scripts and gendered scripts that are so embedded in it, that in some ways, I mean, I think the rise of never married couples is almost the perfection of marriage in some ways, because it's been so assumed that you don't even need the ritual anymore. So I mean, I don't really think it's the end of marriage. It's like the perfection of it more than anything else. And then there's the experiments and, polyamory, and I think all of them are great. And it's a lot of interesting things too. But then, a lot of this is really sort of, Julian Obadia talks about this sort of certain kinds of polyamorous practices are really about the kind of, the full realization of the sovereign individual who can couple at will without these additional kinds of burdens and can move in and out of these. And it's sort of almost the perfection of the liberal individual that is at home, right? And the family is the home for that liberal individual. And I think it's been constructed as such. And I'm not sure any of those experiments, as important as they are, really dislodge the couple form. So even the couple form, I think, is proven to be pretty resilient in some ways. But again, I just think it's a really interesting, complicated relationship between these three elements, all of which sort of rely on a kind of naturalization. So the naturalization of, biological kinship, sort of the naturalization of romantic love, and, the individual who is fully realized in those kinds of individual partnerships, naturalization, and, also that kind of privatization. And that happens with all of those moments of it too. So there's a lot of echoing of the mechanisms across these three dimensions too, although they each have their own kind of separate history too, and I think can be kind of disarticulated and experimented with on minor scales with each one. But I'm still impressed with how much of a package deal and how resilient those three elements are in their, the way they've been kind of articulated in this present moment.
My critique or my writing partially comes out of having spent the last 20 years in radical queer and trans subcultures.
Oh, yeah?
And where I think there's some really wonderful ideas about chosen family and alternative methods of kinship and alternative methods of care. And that's lovely. That's just lovely to see. And it runs into so many limits over and over and over again, that these sort of experiments and alternative ways of caring for each other run up against the dynamics of the labor market, people being forced to move, people running into severe hardships that their friends really struggle to take care of them in the face of. And in the history of the Black freedom movement, I think we see examples of really long-term strategies of survival that are quite rich and wonderful, and totally inadequate in the face, as I've experienced in my queer and trans subcultures, in the face of what capitalism does to our lives. And this has sort of led me to think, okay, so if we are trying to form alternative methods of kinship, but we are continually being pushed back into the couple form in a variety of ways, there's a very strong ideological element to that, around a fantasy that if you find the right person, you're going to be okay. There's certainly a psychological element to that, but there is such a strong material logic to it that, like, we didn't spend a lot of time talking about in my queer subcultures. We didn't spend a lot of time thinking about how people's family wealth, how people's access to different kinds of labor market conditions, how the overall dynamics of the economy were really shaping and constraining whether we could form group houses or not, right? I mean, we didn't have an articulate language for making sense of this. So I although it might not be true in most places, I just kind of assume that people will lead rich, beautiful lives if they have the means of doing so. And so I'm really interested in sort of thinking about this material dynamic of, like, how do wage labor conditions push people back into this family form, force people to rely on this family form, and obligate the family form if you want to have a decent life at all. And given that the family form is so riddled with countless miseries that we have spent the last 20 years talking about in my life, if we can begin to think through what kind of material conditions could transform, that could begin to open up different kinds of romantic and affective bonds.
Yeah, I sort of come at this from the other end, which is that I've spent too much of the last however many years dating men, including, in a partnership for quite a long time with somebody who I'm still very close with, that sort of fell apart in a way after we had moved in together and, had this, again, as Kathy was saying, it was sort of the perfection of the marriage and that we didn't get married. And I told myself that we weren't married and that was a difference, but it wasn't. And when that fell apart and I wanted to leave, the only reason that I was able to do that, and I am a fairly successful now 40-year-old person, the only reason I was able to afford to do that was my father happened to die and leave me a little bit of money at the same time. And that kind of experience is still really, really core to all of that. And the way this went actually made me think of two writers who write about living with disability and
Emmy O'Brien stands for, I think it's Michelle Esther O'Brien, I'm pretty sure.
Making yourself lovable as a sort of requirement of being taken care of.
Michelle
One
Esther,
was
I
Laura
thought
Ann Robinson and Caleb Luna, who called it being singled, like you're single not by choice. And if you are single and you have care needs that are anything more than like a completely able-bodied, able to constantly work, relatively young human being, you're screwed in a lot of ways. And it's very, very hard to think outside of any sort of formation when you're literally like, I don't have kids, I'm getting older, I'm single, who's going to take care of me if something happens?
Yeah, I mean, it's a really difficult question defining the family, because I think, like Kathy said, all these different components and logics seem so co-imbricated. Although I think I agree, it's fundamentally like the a core thing seems to be the privatization of all this, near infinite quantity of free labor. But like, I'm also thinking a bit, and I don't think we talk about this very much and I'm not very well versed in it, but there's clearly this biopolitical requirement to be registered to an address, to have next of kin. And, we experienced struggles around these ideas during the AIDS pandemic. When someone near and dear to you, someone who is your comrade or kith, or whatever you want to call it, that is in hospital dying of COVID, can you access them simply say, of course there are these terrifyingly brutal kinds of logics of exclusion that are real around sort of next of kin law, right? And I was listening to the Bad Gays podcast the other day,
The Bad
which
Gays
was very sweet to shout out to me in an episode about Lisa Miller, who's she was a sort of she's an ex-lesbian who basically kidnapped her daughter, and her partner, who is now married to another woman, was legally completely not recognized as a parent to that child. So I would say, and I mean, I guess I was sort of prompted to speak a little bit to the biokin piece of the whole imbroglio. I mean, this perhaps is one of the deepest and most difficult pieces. I seriously contend, that the children we make with our bodies are not our property. This is kind of maybe the hardest part. Of course, there are incredible parents.
Again, communists believe that parental rights are a form of private property ownership. They believe that all the children should belong to everyone and that everyone should be responsible for raising the children. And this is why they constantly are trying to abolish parental rights. Every argument to abolish parental rights, all the things you guys see in schools, from teachers believing, like, do you guys understand that when teachers refuse to tell parents when kids are identifying as a different name or gender, that is a form of abolishing parental rights? The teacher is putting themselves in the position of being the quote unquote parent to the child, whereas the biological parent does not matter in this equation because they don't believe in parental rights. Every argument about parental rights, every attempt to put the rights of teachers ahead of the rights of parents, it all comes back to this idea. All of it comes back to this idea. Okay? And again, this is why it's so important to understand why the left is doing what they're doing, because there is nothing that you can do to stop them until you understand the core component of why they're trying to attack parental rights in the first place. They literally believe that parental rights are a form of slavery. They believe it's no different than when people own slaves. When they say children are not the property of their parents, they're saying children are not the slaves of their parents. It is exactly the same thing. Listen.
I mean, this perhaps is one of the deepest and most difficult pieces. I seriously contend, that the children we make with our bodies are not our property. This seems kind of maybe the hardest part. Of course, there are incredible parents everywhere, right? So this is what I sometimes try and talk about in terms of the xenofamiliality that can be within biofamilial locations. So just to back up a bit, xenofam, in the theorization of the xenofeminists like Helen Hester in her recent book, Xenofeminism, is that openness and hospitality to the strange. So xeno-hospitality is something that can, and this is the part that I want to add in a sense, flourish within, relations that the state recognizes as blood relations or whatever. So the equation Hester offers, xenofam is equal to or superior to biofam, needs to be taken really seriously, both parts of that. Yeah, I mean, I've also noticed in the discourse recently, perhaps because these times kind of evoke the apocalyptic and people really come out with their full, vigilante eco-fascist desires as well as their communist ones. The notion of one's kids and of kids as one's own really authorizes almost limitless violence in defense of them, one's wife and kids. There was this kind of really mainstream British journalist, she's horrible, Julia Hartley-Brewer, I think she has hundreds of thousands of followers, and someone was asking, what's your post-apocalypse special skill? And she said, a complete willingness to kill in defense of my children, or something on Twitter. And it's like, oh my God, why are people, fantasizing clearly about doing violence in defense of their children, right? Like, since when are your children a sort of, well, I mean, clearly, since a long time, a sort of reason, an opportunity to do terrible violence to other people. And I
wow.
Sort of think that that's actually
wow. Why are your children so important to you that you're very willing to inflict violence on other people to protect your children? Sophie. This is why we love Sophie. This is why Sophie is our favorite Abolish the Family communist.
Children or something on Twitter, a complete willingness to kill in defense of my children or something on Twitter. And it's like, oh my God, why are people, fantasizing clearly about doing violence in defense of their children, right? Like, since when are your children a sort of, well, I mean, clearly, since a long time, a sort of reason, an opportunity to do terrible violence to other people. And I seriously sort of think that that's actually part of how the ideological order of biological nuclear kinship functions, to sort of channel and privatize love. Yeah, I'm going to be sort of earnest enough to really talk about love that way, and to sort of to organize it so that it's not only kind of narrow and exclusionary of, you know, all about other, you know, companions and
Hey, glow in dark. I want you to explain to me why Sophie wants to abolish parental rights. This is a question only for Glow in Dark 64. Why does Sophie want to abolish parental rights? I want you to explain that to me in the chat. We stopped the entire stream just for you. Why does Sophie want to abolish parental rights? The correct answers are either you explain the correct answer or you say, I don't know. Those are both acceptable answers. Silence is not an acceptable answer. Well, no, that's not all that I said. That's not what I said at all, actually. Do you want to take it? Do you want to have another try? You're waffling around it, but you obviously did not listen to the at least 2 times I've explained this explicitly on the stream. Why does Sophie want to... one of those times, it was less than like 15 minutes ago. It was less than maybe probably even 10 minutes ago. Do you want to try again? Or do you want to admit that you weren't listening? Yeah, see, this is exactly the point. This is exactly the point. I don't want to hear your, well, I suppose she doesn't love anything as much as she hates capitalism. I don't want to hear that shit. I don't want to hear that shit. That is a conservative interpretation of what is going on, and it's not relevant at all. And I especially don't want to hear this shit if you are not actually listening to the fact that I have explained several times that Sophie believes that parental rights are a form of slavery because they mean children are owned as property.
species and so on in this planet, but also actually to kind of act as a safety valve and a kind of
no, that's not correct either.
Xenophobic
fucking retards.
nationalist,
Fucking my chat full of fucking retards.
Kind of organizing of your frustration and your violence sort of in particular directions as well, i.e. not upwards.
So we have a question, and I'll read the question kind of just broadened out a bit. So, will shelter in place undermine or reinforce reliance on normative family conditions relative to geographical location? And I guess maybe just generally, you know, I've heard a lot of lefty critique about sort of what COVID means, but not about family abolition.
Sophie does not have kids. Emmy O'Brien does have a kid. So there are absolute... This is again... Please just have one fucking stream. Just one. God, if you exist, prove your existence to me by letting me have one fucking stream where I don't have to deal with bullshit conservative talking points in my chat. Just one. Just one. I've been doing this for 3.5 years now. Can I just have one fucking stream? One singular fucking stream where I don't have to deal with the bullshit conservative talking points in my chat. Please. Emmy O'Brien has a fucking kid. Communists have kids. Communists have entire child care programs. This has nothing to do with, like, no, this is not fucking funny at all. Do I sound like I'm fucking joking? I have spent the entire stream, and you've been here the entire time, explaining to you in great and explicit detail about how this has to do with the system of fucking capitalism, and you are not fucking listening to what I am saying. So now you can get to go into a 5-minute timeout and you can fucking think about it.
And so I'm just curious, like,
My God.
what in
This entire stream would be about 30% shorter if I didn't have to deal with conservative retardation.
in many directions where what COVID-19 in these current moments have made you think about, in addition to immense violence in defense of one's children.
So I've been wanting to write an article about the suburbs being everything that's wrong with the world for a while, and it keeps falling behind other things that I'm working on. But I actually feel like this moment is the one to bring it back, because I think there's something about this self-isolation that reinforces the logic of the suburbs, which is the nuclear family, the single family home as an asset, and the car, right? All of which are killing us in a variety of ways. And yeah, there's this thing where you are withdrawing into your little unit. I live with 2 other women who are roommates, which is an under-theorized position. But, you know, I think about like, okay, well, what if we get let off lockdown for a little while this summer and then we get put back on lockdown? Where do I want to go? And I do find myself spending time in my car. And so I wonder if this moment, in addition to sort of reinscribing women's roles in the home, and there was an excellent New York Times poll where like something like 60% of men said they were doing an equal amount of the work and 3% of women agreed that was specifically in terms of teaching your children from home, but I thought it was still the, you know, general housework rule was not too different in that poll. So yeah, there's a way that this can really reinforce these sort of retreats away from community, but there's a way also that these beautiful mutual aid networks that are happening all over the place. And
Oh yeah,
Sophie
mutual
and I both
aid,
live
you
in,
don't say.
West Philly, which has flowering
Mutual
aid networks
aid.
everywhere. That can really mitigate against the isolation, right? And then I'm just
This is
thinking
from
about, again,
2020.
these massive protests. After months of being on lockdown, the desire to come out and be together feels so palpable in these crowds in the street right now. And so, of course, I guess what I'm saying is it's always both and, but yeah, I think it's something we have to be aware of, that the politics of this moment are going to be put a lot of different pressures on us in a lot of different ways.
I mean, Sophie has an essay on COVID-19 and family abolition. And I mean, very simply, there's just a huge number of people being terrorized at home, right? I mean, there's so many kids who are being abused by their parents at home, and there's a number of factors in that. They're not able to get to school every day. Everything's way more stressful. Everything's way more isolated. The kids have a lot fewer people to talk to, and you know, we have increasing evidence in mainstream news and research that that it's just there's this horrific, violent nightmare happening in a lot of people's homes, and then for many people with sort of like happy families, like this is a really miserable time, right? I mean, being stuck in the family unit entirely, and specifically the family unit of who you happen to live with, is really I think producing a lot of misery for a lot of people. And then something that interests me is that the sort of other half of this organizing care in the family is that it's not available to everybody else. So you have a lot of people living alone who are very isolated and very miserable and very lonely, who wish they have families in many cases. And then you have people living in collective institutions. And I'm really interested in collective living arrangements as a future communist society. But the collective living arrangements that people have right now, the collective social reproduction units that people have, you know, besides a few queer group houses or whatever here or there, are prisons, nursing homes, homeless shelters, totally nightmarish places where a lot of people are dying. And thinking about those institutions, what about those institutions are leading to so much death? And there are some practical, logistical questions about disinfecting and airflow and stuff like that. But really, I think all of those are institutions where people who live there have no control or say over the administration at all. They have no ability to defend their interests, to collectively problem solve, to transform the institution according to their collective needs. And instead, they're subject to either intense levels of racialized violence or, being treated, infantilized in the way that the elderly people are, often by profit-making, profit-oriented nursing homes. And so in these sort of authoritarian institutions where people have no say over what they get to do at all, then that the conditions of death are just so terrible. So it's like on all sides, right? That people in families are having a rough time, people not in families are having a rough time, people in collective institutions are having a rough time. And if we were to stop and think about what kind of living arrangements could actually work in these conditions, where people could actually be cared for, could actually share resources, could actually watch out for each other, and be able to exert some collective democratic authority. And the glimmers of it are, which, they're not going to go very far, but are in these mutual aid practices. And if we were to imagine these strained commodity chains breaking down much more severely than they are, and these kind of mutual aid practices are beginning to actually try to figure out how to feed entire neighborhoods, and that requires control over land, control over industrial resources, like that these mutual aid networks in the
No, this has nothing to
context
do
of a
with
revolutionary
transhumanism on
unfolding
Rumble.
or a
Nothing to do
revolutionary
with
process
transhumanism at
could
all.
actually be alternative systems of reproductive care. That you can, that people knock on my door asking if I need anything because they're part of these mutual aid volunteer efforts, even if they don't really know me because I live in this building. And this sort of like impersonal, universal, and yet direct caring quality is really quite rich. And yeah.
So I think like a couple of the questions have kind of spoken to a little bit of this point of, so I'll read a couple of them. So, people are asking like, what kinds of new kinship?
Well, you know what gives me a rise in depression and anxiety and alcoholism and drug use? It's literally conservative retards in my chat every day. I was fine under COVID. I fucking loved COVID. COVID was fucking great. Do you know what increases my depression and anxiety and drug use? Conservative idiots. That's what does it.
Practices and forms of life should we be organizing around and developing today? How should we live together? How might we
No,
live together
mutual
today?
aid is not supported by capitalism. Mutual aid is taking the resources of capitalism and funneling it into the revolution. So no, completely wrong.
One person also particularly asked about the,
Hang on. Thanks, Jen, for the super chat. Been listening to your intro video on your Substack. Appreciate all the data you've collected. Very interesting. Also terrifying to listen to. Jen, it gets even more terrifying when you realize that the people who are supposed to protect us from all of this have no fucking clue what's going on. Welcome. Thanks for the money. Appreciate it.
How might family abolition change our architecture and our spatial design of our all our environments? So maybe you could just speak to that. Examples, and I'm also curious, examples that are sort of explicitly critical of the family dynamic, and ones that aren't, but still sort of touch on it.
I'll go. Thanks for shouting out to my article, Michelle. I've really, I suppose one thing to say is that, amidst the turmoil of COVID, there's an appetite for people like us, but a desire for the oracular thinkers of the home and the household are suddenly in high demand. I've kind of got the impression that a lot of editors under conditions of lockdown have personally sort of had the realization that perhaps even when it is free of queer bashing, domestic violence, and penury, for example, the nuclear family or the private nuclear household perhaps really does still kind of suck. So who is it who has been talking about that for some time, and so on. But that there is a sort of it's fun to speculate and to write futures where family abolitionism sort of begins to become more manifest. But I cling as a utopian to the definition of utopianism that has to do with the unthinkable,
conservatism too busy fighting anti-Semitism. You're right.
Kind of character of what we are finding out through striving towards and beginning to learn about through struggling. So when an editor asks me what happens next, I kind of feel quite glib and but excitable as well. I mean, will 2020 mark the beginning of the end of class society and markets via?
By the way, on this note, off topic. Did you guys see that Harmeet Dillon is now making a big deal about her only job being to fight anti-Semitism? So Harmeet Dillon, the Assistant Attorney General of the United States, her original job was to get rid of DEI at colleges and universities. She didn't do shit about that. Harmeet wrote a couple sternly worded letters. Harmeet wrote an extremely sternly worded letter to the University of California at Berkeley saying, "You better not be mean to conservatives," or some such shit. Harmeet, but did she actually do anything? No. Colleges and universities are still teaching all the same DEI stuff. They're still doing all the same far left shit. I know because I'm on all their email lists and I see their emails all the time. Harmeet Dillon didn't stop DEI nowhere. So then they put Harmeet Dillon in charge of fixing the police in Portland who were treating the protesters unfairly. And again, Harmeet Dillon wrote them another sternly worded letter and said, "You better cut this out." And the police didn't change anything and nothing happened. And then Harmeet Dillon had the chance to fight communists at universities, and she told me she cared more about capital letters than doing anything about communists at universities. And now Harmeet Dillon has announced on Twitter that her primary focus is now anti-Semitism, 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 anti-Semitism. And by the way, Harmeet Dillon also has someone working for her named Leo Tyrell, who of course is black. And Leo Tyrell's literal only job is to talk about anti-Semitism in the Department of Justice. So you guys want to know why I don't think the Trump administration is going to do shit? Because all of the people that they told us were going to be in charge of fixing all this leftist shit in universities are now solely and exclusively focusing on anti-Semitism as their top priority. And they didn't do anything about the universities, and they didn't do anything about the police, and they didn't do anything about anti-ISO organizing. But man, anti-Semitism is the most important problem that we're dealing with, according to the Trump administration. And this is all on her Twitter if you want to go look at her Twitter. Fun times. This is a great Christmas holiday special, by the way. I'm pissed off. Everyone's pissed off. Everyone's upset. This is the perfect family holiday special, actually. Brown Barbaloo, thank you for the super chat. I will catch up, but wanted to pop in and tell you I appreciate you. Thank you for your analysis on all things far left. Hit the like button. Thank you, Brown Barbaloo. I do appreciate you and everything you do to share my work. You rock. Thanks for the super chat. Let's see. We still have about 20 minutes left, guys. We're in the home stretch. 20 minutes left.
General strike that leads to a giant archipelago of protest kitchens, which is one of Michelle's kind of notions for one of the sort of springboards for the experience of abolishing the family. And these might in turn lead to the overthrow of work and the founding of 1 million co-housing projects, co-ops and communes. Will all the cleaners and nannies and wet nurses and babysitters and gardeners and sex workers and cooks and au pairs and chauffeurs, i.e.
It's all good, Dub. Don't worry about it.
All, move in with their employers or move into their choicest wings and add their names to the property deeds or the car insurance documents or the baby's birth certificates. Will children themselves be somehow empowered to advance their own liberation? I just want to remind everyone that the word we have for, you know, breaking up with your parents, your legal parents, is emancipation. And could children be listened to, platformed, empowered to emancipate themselves and develop visions of democratic transgenerational cohabitation? Will a vast new, you know, federated institution of social care sort of spring up, which Jules Gleason and Kate Doyle-Griffiths envisioned in the terms of the creche, the transgenerational creche for people of all ages? So you know, and I feel like telling editors, yes, inevitably and without a doubt, yes, this is the future for the household. I also just wanted to quickly note, because this hasn't come up so much yet, that there are real bloody consequences that you can point to the presumption on the part of the biopolitical state that the nuclear household is the sort of operative unit in a pandemic. So there was an article in The Nation describing how in Black co-parenting households in particular were struggling, in particular in Chicago, to adapt quarantine recommendations to their specific situations. So there's this kind of sense we might speculate about that the very reasons for Black populations' survival against all the odds over time, i.e. their ability to kind of persist transgenerationally across different households and in non-nuclear ways, might sort of somewhat tragically be one of the factors.
See, again, we talked about this earlier, but Sophie again is saying that Black people don't exist in a nuclear family environment because she's implying because the fathers aren't there. And so all the single Black women have to work together in order to raise the kids because the fathers aren't there. And Sophie is saying that during the pandemic, this provided a particular problem because, you know, it's not that they necessarily lived in the same household. Racist. Sophie the racist.
Behind the, you know, the
implying that Black people aren't in a family.
Black death count under COVID, because we have not figured out, we are not able to think of a way of, protecting one another and doing a way of sort of combating a virus that is not dependent on these logics of kind of propertied isolation or isolatability, right? A human is supposed to be isolatable, is supposed to be able to shelter in place, stay at home. Which place, what home, whose home, a Marxist might ask, being the more operative question, right? And so that's what I said in my in my article. Nuclear households are where we're all intuitively expected to retreat in order to prevent widespread ill health. And that, how can a zone, I sort of said a bit polemically, defined by the power asymmetries of housework, of renting, of mortgage debt, of land and deed ownership, of patriarchal parenting and the institution of marriage, benefit health? Yeah, okay.
I guess I want to just address this question of alternatives too in another way, because I think Michelle's talking a lot in really important ways about these kind of prefigurative experiments and developing these into real alternatives and robust alternatives, and then the kind of speculation about what might happen. I think these are all really important exercises, and I would just add to it another one is that this gets down to just sort of more simple reformism that might be in service to a family abolitionist project, is trying to create the material conditions that allows people to experiment with alternatives a little bit more. And so, think about some of the coercive forces that push people into families and block the exits from them. And, I think there's ways to create the material resources for people to try something else, and a guaranteed minimum income could do that. Shorter working hours could do that. I mean, time alone can.
What they're saying is that we shouldn't turn down reforms to the system right now that can actually marketably improve people's lives. But that doesn't mean they are advocating for reformism. They're saying, listen, if we can do this stuff right now, fine. That's what they're saying.
Help to experiment with other ways of providing and delivering care. Universal health care delinked from wage work could do it. Affordable housing with a range of different kinds of units for different kinds of groups or single people living together. I mean, I think these are all very sort of nuts and bolts reforms that might be able to give people some kind of basis from which they can more effectively experiment with other ways of living that they might want to try. So I'd add that too.
Yeah, it's easy for it to turn into just that same sort of personal moral admonition, right? To be a better person, be more whatever, choose not heterosexuality, all of those things, which are both very difficult. And then also, I think a lot of people are probably where I am right now, which is the thinking of like, okay, things look like they're lifting a little bit. Quick, I have to figure out how I want to live before the next wave hits. Is this where I want to stay?
Your first job is to realize that classical liberalism is the reason that these people will win. I guess it's hard for me to go back on classical liberalism. Classical liberalism has caused these people. Classical liberalism has created these people. Classical liberalism runs cover for these people. Classical liberalism supports these people. So if you are a classical liberal, so far as I'm concerned, you may as well be a socialist or communist, because everything that you believe and every policy that you implement, it supports these people. They are going to win because of classical liberals. I don't even know who the fuck you are. So I don't know who the fuck you think you are coming into my chat on Twitter, telling me what to say or do. Get the fuck out and go back to the retard side of the internet. I will be going over to Twitter to block your ass expeditiously. Karlyn, this is, by the way, this is a person I've never heard of. I've never heard of. Never heard from this person. I'm going to bet, actually. Let's actually just see. I'm going to go over to Twitter right now. We're going to look this person up. You were so mean to me and you hurt my feelings, but I'm going to beat the left, but you were so mean. No, you're not going to do shit against the left, Gina. You are not going to do shit against the left. Let's see. This person has no followers, isn't followed by anyone important. Looks like you're sharing my streams. That's good. But what you should have learned, Gina, is you don't fucking tell me what to say or do. If you want to be here, then be here. If you don't want to be here, then don't be here. But if you think I'm going to kiss your conservative fucking ass and take care of your feelings, you are out of your fucking mind. Let me be very clear, conservatives. I don't care if you learn or not. I don't care. No, she's not a sock account. I don't care if you learn from me or not. You have never supported my work. You've never donated money to me. You've never been active in the chat. Why do you think I'm going to take advice from you at all? If you want to be losers, go fucking lose. And I will laugh at you and I will make fun of you and I will rub salt in the womb as your kids are being queered by these people because you are upset that I hurt your feelings. In the meantime, let's focus on something positive. Cynthia is back. Cynthia gifting out the 5 channel memberships. Congrats to everyone who got a channel membership from Cynthia. We really appreciate you, Cynthia. Happy holidays. Merry Christmas. We love you. Hope you're going to have a great week with your family and do something fun. Thank you, Monsignor Jaffo. I appreciate it. Like, I mean, again, like, it boggles my mind. We're going to go back to this. And this is the last thing I'm going to say about this, and I'm going to stop complaining, and we're going to finish the fucking video. Hang on, where is it? Where is the chat that came in that pissed me off? Well, it doesn't fucking matter. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. I want to explain something, go. Conservatives, if you can't deal with me telling you things you don't want to hear in a tone you don't like, there is no fuck off way that you are going to do anything productive against the left. And so if your inclination is to complain about me and my tone, literally get the fuck out. If your inclination is to say to your friends, Karlyn is really mean, but you should listen to her, literally get the fuck out. And don't support my work. I don't want you. If your inclination is to put your fucking feelings above everything else, guess what, conservatives? That's what has caused this fucking problem in the first place. The reason the left is winning is because conservatives expect their feelings to be coddled above all fucking else. If you aren't nice to us, we're not going to do anything about the left, and we're not going to share your content. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck. Do you want to know why? Because the fact that you won't engage with this and the fact that you will not study your enemy and learn what all this is reflective of your own fucking laziness and your own fucking fecklessness, and I don't care how you feel about it. I have learned more about the far left in the last 5 years than most conservatives have learned in their fucking natural lives. I know more than all your fucking influencers put together. You guys don't know shit, and you're still fucking complaining. Thank you, War Gobbles, for the $20 Rumble rant over on Rumble. I appreciate that. Cynthia in with another 5 gifted channel memberships. Cynthia loves it when I tell conservatives off. I know this. Cynthia loves it when I read Conservatives the Riot Act because she always gives me memberships when I do. So I appreciate it, Cynthia. You rock. Congrats to everyone who got a channel membership.
Is this, you know, I mean, the roommates are lovely. I like my roommates. They're great people. We didn't move in together assuming that we were going to be the only people each other could see for 3 months straight, you know, and that's a different thing than moving in with a romantic partner, or even the folks that I live with when I'm in London, which is now not an infrequent experience, which is people who are a lot closer to feeling like some sort of family to me. Anna was my intern 10 years ago, and she has grown up into a superhero. And so when I'm with them, these are people that I have a long-term relationship with, where it feels more like home. And so, you know, a lot of these questions I think are probably coming up for people like very immediately and very personally right now.
Thank you,
in
Malcolm.
addition to thinking about sort of theoretical political programs that we should be fighting for, also some of the political programs that Kathy was just talking about are things we can fight for in the here and now. Organizers are calling for things like work sharing to save.
And Wolf is in with the 5 gifted channel. Listen. For conservatives who have their feelings hurt right now and you got your panties in a twist and you feel like you're about to cry, conservatives, I just want you to understand that the people who really watch my work and engage with my work and financially support my work, I really want you to understand, conservatives, the people who financially allow me to do what I do, they fucking love it when I tell you people off. Look how many channel memberships I've gotten donated since I was ranting really hard at conservatives. Look at how many people have sent in super chats. Do you want to know why, conservatives? Because your fecklessness pisses all of us off. Everyone who actually cares about defeating the left and giving a fuck about understanding this fucking problem, you piss us all off. And that is why every time I really lay into a conservative, I get super chats and I get support and I get channel memberships. Because I am saying the things that so many people who watch my work want to say to you because you piss us off with your fecklessness, your fucking whining, your complaining, your constant debunking, your constant owning the fucking libs, you guys thinking that memeing is going to solve this problem. You guys are the reason the left is fucking winning, and we all fucking know it. So either put up or shut up. We have no time for your shit. Wolf, thank you for the 5 gifted channel memberships. Congrats to everyone who got a channel membership. Cynthia, back in with another 5. Cynthia, we love you, Cynthia, queen of the chat. Thank you, Cynthia. Congrats to everyone who got a Cynthia channel membership. Aaron in with the Karlyn is Right Fund. See, people love it. People love it when I tell off conservatives. Yeah. And if you stop and listen, you will realize how dumb you sounded before you found my content. That is true. Yep. Congratulations on that revelation, by the way. Yo, we got Goro in with 5 gifted memberships over on Rumble. Congrats to everyone who got a gifted channel membership over on Rumble. Appreciate you guys. All right. 15 more minutes. We can do this, guys. We got 15 more minutes. We're almost there.
Jobs at places like the Los Angeles Times union actually won it. So everybody is taking a cutback on hours and pay so that nobody gets laid off. So, I mean, these are things that we are, you know, we each got a $1,200 check from the US government. That was in some way an admission that they can cut us all a check when they want to. So I think, you know, we're in this moment that is both awful and still is cracking open some possibilities. But it does, these are hard questions, and the reason that people resist it so hard is that it does hit really literally close to home.
I just want to put in a pitch for the hard utopianism that I think the time has come to talk about science fiction and to envision all sorts of different ways of living.
Okay. Here's what people need to know about this. First of all, Dub, that is exactly the right attitude. That is the correct attitude when you're getting a fucking good dressing down. Emmy O'Brien is about to talk about the role of science fiction. Emmy O'Brien has literally authored a science fiction book called Everything for Everyone. She authored it with Imam Abdel Hardy. You may know Imam Abdel Hardy's name because Imam Abdel Hardy is one of the very few far leftists that actually got arrested in Chicago and charged with felonies. She's a professor at the University of Chicago. Emmy O'Brien has actually written a science fiction book with this far leftist that got arrested outside the ICE facility in Chicago, envisioning the future communist utopia. Yeah, everyone wants to read that one. We should all probably read it together. We should do a New Year's book club or something like that. I've been saying that for years about that book, that we should do a book club with it. And we probably really should, to be honest with you. But every time I do a book club, people don't actually read the fucking book. So that's the problem. That's why I drag my feet on doing a book club. Because every single time I say I'm going to do a book club, people say they want to do it and then they don't read the fucking book. And then we show up to book club and I'm sitting there talking to myself because people want to hear me talk about it, but they don't actually want to read the fucking book. So I have mixed feelings about it. If you guys promise me you're going to actually sit down and read the fucking book, I will do a book club. But if it's just going to be me showing up and talking to myself, I don't want to do it. Anyway, Effectual Insurrection, thanks for the $5 Rumble. Bammers like us listen, love it when Dr. K goes off. We aren't weak-minded. We are the strong-minded conservatives, not the retarded conservatives. That won't help save our country. Fuck communists. Thank you, Effectual Insurrection. Appreciate you. Okay. The point I want to make about the science fiction is this. Communists love science fiction. They actually do write a fair bit of it. And the way that they use science fiction is to vision what their future socialist utopia will look like in order to give people a direction. Okay? So this is one of those things where it's kind of like it's a brilliant use for it because communists do have a vision for the society they want to achieve, and they're very literally writing fiction to try to convince people that that society is a totally achievable thing. Hey, thanks Debbie for being the voice needing to be heard. It matters. Thank you, Debbie. I do appreciate that.
But I think the time has come to talk about science fiction and to envision all sorts of different ways of living, to put them out there, not as sort of systematic plans for people to implement as Fourier imagined, but as counterpoints that alternatives that are present is an historically conditioned, isolated, specific set of circumstances that we can transform, and envisioning sharing stories, brainstorming, talking about different ways of living, and then extrapolating back what kind of economic system would be necessary for doing that, what kind of social practices can move us there, I think is a very powerful exercise. And I talked about my 2 essays about family abolition. I didn't talk about my science fiction.
Yeah. If you guys want to download Emmy O'Brien's book, Mizakan has put the link in the chat, and it is available for free because socialists don't really believe in intellectual property, but also Mizakan knows how to find that stuff.
short story, which is an oral history with a trans woman at the 100th anniversary of Stonewall, because I run a trans oral history project, and interview a few people a week about their lives. And so it's an oral history of me interviewing this woman in 50 years about her growing up in a collective commune and their architectural arrangements, what happened when one of her co-parents was abusive and how they dealt with that, and sort of transformative justice, the sort of different kind of world that she navigates. And I'm hoping to sort of do more of that. But I think it's a really lovely and very powerful exercise. And it's certainly not there to like intervene and struggle to be like, you're all doing this wrong. Like, it will only be figured out in process. But the more the process of struggle, of collective participation in mass disruptive protest and creation of a new life against capital, but that the more sort of creative, inspirational, dynamic conversations that we can be having every step of the way, I think the better. And that the sort of Marxist injunction against utopianism, I think, has ultimately done a lot of harm in atrophying our creative imaginations.
Where can we find this story?
Oh, it's online. It's published by Homenchurn. I'll put the link in the chat, and Sean can
This was
share.
before the book got published, I guess. But what she was just talking about was a component of the overall book that she wrote.
Well, I'm a little, I'm thinking about, so we have 10 minutes left. I both am sort of curious to sort of to hear from other people if there are sort of to do a little bit of this dreaming together, and part of me is also a little curious to think about like what are the, like, I'm thinking about your history, Michelle, of sort of how movements that were family abolition in a way got sort of co-opted into
Hey, thank you, mister. It's late cover charges, been listening while driving since the start and only just stopped by. Always appreciate your work, Karlyn. Thank you, Mr. Doctor. Appreciate that.
Poor solutions or false choices. But so I'll just sort of put that out there. If anyone wants to sort of dream big or think about sort of the movement building and what that might look like, whether it's explicitly family abolition or not. But yeah, other side of that.
Yo, see, look at all. Like, I should have fucking really unleashed on conservatives at the start of the stream. Is the lesson I'm getting here. Thank you, Winning, for the $20 super chat. You and Harrison did a great job of separating the far left from liberals and Democrats. Do you agree with him that there are several Antifa WEF fronts that we are facing that have different goals, but with the end of the U.S. government? Well, yes, and I think we actually talked about this in the interview that I just did with him last week. Yes, I do agree with him, but those groups are not working together, okay? So what I would say to you is the WEF may have very similar goals as the Radical Revolutionary Socialists, but they're not on the same team. And this is the analogy that I made on his show, which is like, you got to think of it like they're like the Yankees and the Red Sox. They're both playing baseball. They both have the same goal. They may be playing the same game. They both want to win the World Series, but they are not on the same team. They are just going to fight each other at some point. And that's it. That's what it is. So there are so many groups that exist that are trying to do similar things. That doesn't mean they're working together. It doesn't mean they like each other. It doesn't mean, it just means there are many groups that we have to deal with. I focus on the Radical Revolutionary far left because I think that it is a very under-focused on group in terms of like what they're actually doing on the ground. And I don't begrudge someone like Harrison or anyone else talking about like the WEF or any of those things, because those are important too, but they're not the same thing. They're not working together. They're not coordinating with each other. They're just going to all fight at some point.
We might have already done that one. I don't know. Does anyone have?
I mean, you know, one of the things I think about is also how in Marge Piercy's vision of a post-capitalist future in Mattapoisett, there's not only the option
Hey, thanks,
of
Factual Insurrection, for
automating
dropping
labor,
that link on
stational
Rumble.
labor in a brooder where all the fetuses kind of, as I remember it, I might have been extrapolating, but a sort of floating in a slurry all together in a tactile and interactive way. But there is also specialized parenting labor. Not only are there, you know, collective responsibilities for all children, but there are also specialized parents called kid binders. And I thought that was that's part of the dreaming, I think, for me, envisioning what it might be like to actually really sort of take seriously and perfect the art of comradely caring transgenerationally, and to take seriously the fact that some people are really devoted to doing that kind of labor, but simultaneously sort of distributing, because that's what anti-work means really in many contexts. In the context of care labor, perhaps anti-work means minimizing through distributing that the sort of the work of caring for one another.
And the example from Piercy also recognizes that parenting labor can be extraordinarily highly skilled kinds of labor too, and it does acknowledge that through those particular roles.
Hang on. I want to address this. So thank you. Great analogy. This is tough to know how to fight because we're getting different factions with all the same goal. Listen, but this is why you need to learn the language, because it's very easy for me to tell the difference between a WEF person and a radical revolutionary socialist. Like for me, sorry. For me, it's so easy to know who's on one team and who's on the other team. And so once you understand the different groups, and once you understand that the people that we're watching have very different values and very different priorities and very different language, the language is the key to all of this, than the WEF people, it's like identifying that person's white and that person's black. That person is a conservative and that person is a Democrat. That person is a MAGA obsessed retard and that person is a radical leftist, part of Antifa. Like, it's super, super easy because, like, you just need to learn how to identify. You have to remember all of these different groups, and these different groups exist on all spectrums of politics. This is not just something that happens on the left. This is all spectrums of politics. Different groups have different subcultures. They have different norms. They have different cultural norms that the group kind of participates in. So conservatives participate in a cultural norm where they go to an event like Turning Point USA and an app like Grindr crashes because many conservative men are secretly gay. And every time there's a big conservative event, from CPAC to the RNC to Turning Point USA, Grindr will crash in that area every single fucking time, because you got a lot of conservatives that aren't home with their wives anymore that can then go find a young man to fuck on a Friday night when they're, it's just like, that is a very specific thing to conservative subculture. In Democrat subculture, there's other stuff that happens. I can't even think of a good example of Democrat subculture off the top of my head. In far left subculture, you go to their events and everyone's fucking each other because they all believe in sex without limits and all that stuff. So, I mean, those are like sexual examples specifically, maybe not some of my best work, but I'm just saying, like, if you go to a radical revolution, like, okay, here it is. Grindr is not crashing at the radical revolutionary socialist event because they're not going on an app to find sex. They're just fucking each other. Right? Whereas Grindr is crashing at all the conservative events because they're all trying to secretly hook up with gay men while they're away from their wives. It's like little nuances like that. I know I'm using sex-related ones because it's like spicy and like whatever, it's the end of the stream. But there's all sorts of other examples of like conservatives do this, MAGA-tards do this, Christians do this. Democrats do this, liberals do this, progressives do this, WEF does this, radical revolutionary communist does this, neo-Nazis do this. Like, every single group has their subculture. And if you learn the norms of the subculture and the language of the subculture, then it's very easy to say, this person's here, this person's here, this person's here. This person might be involved in two little groups tangentially, like whatever. But yeah, that is true. Grindr actually did crash at Turning Point USA. That's why the example was top of mind, because I saw a story last night that Grindr had crashed in Phoenix. Grindr also crashed at the RNC. Like, happens all the time. Thank you, H. Brown. Appreciate that. See, then you're gonna be able to tell the difference real quick. Then just know that like it's just a different thing, and so you just have to start enumerating. Okay, this is WEF, this is Radical Revolutionary Socialist. Put them in their boxes.
Goals.
Exactly.
Write your own science fiction novels. That's my suggestion. Just lots of them, and then riot in the streets.
I support this political program. I want to write fiction.
Yeah.
You know, I always love to ask people, like, what would you do after the revolution? Because, yeah, I went to journalism school because I realized that there was no way I was going to get a job if I did the MFA program that I had also been accepted into. And now you're making me think that maybe the fiction writing would be a much more useful political project.
I didn't know whether to say this or not. This is something I do too, so I'm not sort of like pointing a finger at all, but I was noticing, Sarah, you used that phrase, feel like family, and then you kind of revised it later on in your remarks to feel like home.
Yeah.
But I'm very intrigued. Strategically, I don't, or tactically rather, I suppose.
Yeah.
Tactically, I am a little bit agnostic about whether to try and foster collectively a sort of remaking of our basic metaphors. That it is so ineluctable, so difficult to get out of. When we reach for a word or an image to describe feeling at home with someone, we say kin, we say family. Even when you spend all of your time thinking about abolishing the family, that's basically what comes up. It's sort of so deeply semantically ingrained. And you know, I was sort of, you know, serious towards the end of my remarks today when I suggested, you know, we could really try and turn this on its head. Is it, you know, do we want the world to treat one another like family? I mean, it is not a particularly good track record, family, how people treat each other within family. I would like something a bit better. What if we actually said, you know, no, that's specifically what we don't want. How about kind of trying to train ourselves in this science fiction inspired way to aspire to treat one another as strangers? And of course, that doesn't preclude intimacy and relationships of sort of significant otherness, right? it is perfectly delightful to form deep partnerships and intimacies and to fall in love.
It's like you haven't listened to a word I said. Have I heard about how the left is calling for a constitutional convention? Not these people. You must be talking about Democrats. We're not watching Democrats. This is what I'm talking about when I say you have to learn the differences between the different groups. You are talking about Democrats. I don't give a flying fuck about Democrats. I don't care. I think the Democrats are completely fucking, like, they have no clue what's going on. They're completely useless. And what's more pathetic is they're going to win the midterms. The Democrats are going to win the midterms because the Republicans and Trump have fucked up so badly. Democrats aren't even doing anything. Democrats literally aren't even doing anything, and they're going to win the fucking midterms because of how badly the fucking GOP is fucked up. Anyway, these people don't vote. These people want to abolish the Constitution. These people have nothing to do with what you're talking about, is what I'm saying.
but the sort of the compulsion and the blackmail that sort of forces us to kind of remain privately isolated with very, very few such significant others is a problem that could only really be addressed in the most, totalizingly kind of revolutionary ways, unfortunately. So, this is kind of the communization theorist, pessimist kind of get out clause. It's like none of this can happen without the abolition of capitalism, basically. But it's also important to notice that the pandemic is not, for instance, it is underlining perhaps in generative ways the radical insufficiency of nuclear households as a mode of social reproduction. I mean, again, in my article, I was quoting how, apparently in the early stages of China's experience of the epidemic, there was a 90%. So according the particular women's not-for-profit calculated that 90% of the causes of violence were related to the COVID epidemic that they were seeing. They were publishing kind of specific, COVID epidemic specific resources for victims of domestic violence who were finding it difficult to flee, because obviously a quarantine is a bit of an abuser's dream. So when we survey the scene of the pandemic, we should be trying to see what Madeleine Lane McKinley, who is another name, perhaps not one that's come up so far, but one that absolutely needs to be referenced in any sort of surveying of the scene of 21st century family abolitionism. She writes that households are capitalism's pressure cookers. So this crisis will see a surge in housework, cleaning.
Yeah, I need to finish my book.
But also child abuse,
I need to fucking finish my book.
molestation, intimate partner rape, psychological torture, and more. So this is
maybe I'll work
on
that
time
tonight.
to acquiesce to family values ideology. It's definitely not a time to forget about abolishing the family, because it's specifically now that refugees from the nuclear household are swelling in number, and their need is also, or our need is also swelling in character. So it's kind of ghoulish beyond belief that a certain tier of British feminism is kind of using this moment as an opportunity to kind of assert their right in the name of feminism to commodified domestic labor. I don't know if this is a controversy that I mean, hopefully you don't know what
I do.
Yeah. The great white British feminist assertion of the right to have your cleaner in a pandemic because feminism. But actually, this is the dystopian element of the current conjuncture that we probably need to be kind of alert to. I believe a lot of the ruling classes are highly aware that there will be a second spike. And on that basis, in preparation for that, I believe they are constituting in advance as a precaution the sorts of households with the kinds of labor that they are accustomed to, so that they will not be caught out in a second wave of kind of lockdown. And that we should strategize together about how to kind of contest that, even if only rhetorically, since we all seem to be, intellectual laborers.
Do you want me to show you revolutionary socialist streams that are almost entirely men? Because I can do that too. The Revolutionary Socialism Conference earlier this year was almost entirely men. So stop doing this, conservatives. Please fucking stop, because you are making shit up based on there's two fucking men in this stream. Emmy O'Brien is a man, technically. This other guy, Will, is a man. This event was hosted by a man named Philip, who puts on Red May every year. But you're so obsessed with hating women that you can't see through your own bullshit. It's about 50-50 on the left. There's 50% men, there's 50% women. Some groups are more predominantly feminine, some groups are more predominantly masculine, some groups are 50-50, and it really just doesn't depend. And the left doesn't care about this shit nearly as much as conservatives do, I'll tell you that. So, Oh, okay. So guess what, bro? Because you didn't listen to me, you just got timed out in the chat. You ever question me again, you're getting permanently banned. Be fucking smarter.
Stewart had kept her gardener and her housekeeper and was referring to them as her detainees. Anybody? Oh, this is a thing, yeah. But yeah, I think the thing that I struggle with is that I don't have good language for any of these relationships that are meaningful in my life. Friend doesn't seem like enough, right? When I'm talking about the difference between the people I live with here and the person I live with in London that I've known for 10 years that, you know, would take a bullet for me. It doesn't seem significant, but why do I reach for family, right? What is it that we mean by all of these things, and why is just friends the thing that we say, right? Like it's always just friends rather than, you know, your significant other is presumed to be a romantic partner. But what if they're not? What if the most significant relationships in your life, you know, this is like a parody of the Sex and the City question, right? It was always like, oh, what if your friends are your soulmates? But it never actually let itself go there, right? So yeah, I think part of this whole process is thinking about the frameworks in which we put people into our lives and understanding what those relationships could be if we didn't just think of them as like, Anna is a woman who is in my life who is younger than me, so she's like my little sister, except for when she's telling me that I'm being stupid, in which case she's behaving like my big sister, which she does quite often. How do we think outside of these metaphors that are also very much not metaphors?
Well, it's about 5, but I do just want to give space if anyone wanted to respond to those last points.
Are we done? Are we done?
Well,
are we done?
Thank you all
oh,
so much.
we done!
I've been looking forward to this.
See,
for
there's
many months, and
Philip.
it did not disappoint. So
Philip's
thank you all so
back.
much for your time and your.
We're done. We're done. We did it. We made it. We're done. We're done. That stream probably would have been about an hour shorter had conservatives not been constantly fucking derailing it. Oh. Well, another Socialism Saturday in the books. We did it. We made it. And now you guys can all go off to your family activities around Christmas. And you can just remember that, you know, listen, abolishing the family is a real solution that's on the table here. If your Christmas doesn't go the way you want it to go, just know this is actually a real initiative. And maybe you just want to go find yourself a family of choice for the next holiday season, and stuff like that. And yeah, it's a 2-hour stream in 4 hours and 4.5 hours. You know, that actually didn't turn out too bad. It's pretty typical, guys. I just want to remind you, I do not stream on Sundays, and I'm not planning on streaming tomorrow. But who knows? But what happened? But I'm not planning on it. We will be gathering in my supporter Discord tomorrow night for movie night. We do movie night in my supporter Discord every Sunday at 8 p.m. I don't even know what we're watching, but I'm sure it's going to be something. Oh, we're watching a Santa movie. I hope that Mel Gibson Santa movie won the poll. Jennifer did some sort of poll, and I don't know. Does anyone know what movie won the movie poll? Let me know. Cynthia in with the 5 gifted channel memberships at the very end. Congrats to everyone who just got a gifted channel membership from Cynthia. This stream was a must. Thank you. I do appreciate it. Thanks, Dubs, for dropping by. Oh, Bad Santa won the poll. Damn it. Everyone didn't listen to me. I told you guys to vote for the Mel Gibson Santa movie, but I guess we're watching Bad Santa instead. Whatever. Bad Santa's not a bad movie. Bad Santa's just fine. We can watch the Mel Gibson Santa movie another time. Maybe we can convince Jennifer to do it next week. Who knows? But we will be watching apparently Bad Santa in the supporter Discord at 8 p.m. tomorrow. So if you want to join us, if you're a channel member, just check the community or post sections of YouTube, and I will be posting the link to the supporter Discord there. If you're a member over on Rumble, I think you can get into my locals. I will be posting the link to the supporter Discord there. If you can't find it there, just let me know somehow, like contact me via DM on Substack or Twitter or something. I'll hook you up. And if you are a member of my Substack, I will be sending out the Discord link via the chat tomorrow. And so you can find it there as well. If you appreciate the work I'm doing, please make sure you're supporting it on Substack. #1 priority above all else, because my Substack is basically the thing that pays my monthly income, if I'm being honest about it. So always make sure you're supporting my work on Substack if you want to support my work. I, of course, do appreciate everyone who sent in a super chat tonight. Thank you guys for all of the support. Really, really great. Thank you to everyone who sent in gifted channel memberships. I appreciate all of you. And now I'm going to go smoke a bowl and cry, because that's what I do. That's what I do. That's what I do. I have to deal with all this shit, and I have to yell at people, and then I go and I get really high, and it all goes away. And I have to know all the stuff that the socialists are planning on doing, but you know what helps with that? Weed. Weed helps a lot. Weed helps a lot, knowing the impending doom that we are facing. And so that's what I'm going to go do. I'm going to go smoke a bowl, I'm going to laugh and possibly cry, and that's it. That's it. I'll see you guys tomorrow for movie night, or I'll see you on Monday. Take care, guys. Have a good one. We'll see you soon.
How are you feeling? How long have you been here?
3 months, May 17th.
And what brought you?
That's difficult to answer.
how is it that playing the piano for people has eventually resulted in your being here in the hospital?
That's difficult to answer.